Evening to the public. Our meeting is about to start. And I know we haven't seen each other in a while, but we just want to bring some decorum in the chambers. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting on November the 10th, 2025 at 7 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, before Madam Clerk calls the roll, to the public, I'm asking respectfully to our officers, please bring the chambers to decorum. We are starting the meeting. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes. Roll call for the meeting of November 12, 2025. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Jackson, Councilman Gleek,
Present.
Councilman Mendez,
Good evening, Paterson. Present, Madam Clerk. Ready to serve.
Councilman Omar.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udin. Councilman Udin. Roll call. Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Council President.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you very much. We have 7 present at this time and 2 absent.
Thank you. This evening's prayer will be rendered by Pastor Yvette Marchena of House of Hope for the Nations, followed with the flag salute led by Mr. Tony Vincere, President of Paterson Veterans Council. If he is not here at that time, we'll ask Councilman Bless to lead us in the flag salute.
Thank you. I think he was here.
God bless everyone. It's such a privilege to be here in this place where I know that God is reigning and God will take control of all decisions and everything. I would like to give thanks to the Lord for this opportunity, and also Councilman Luis Velez. I'm also with one of my leaders, Eddie Ruiz, and I would like to start with the scripture in John 17, 20, 21. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. May prayer is not for them alone. I pray also for those who will believe in me through the message, that all of them may be one, Father, just as you are in me and I am in you. May they also be in us, so that the world may believe that we are sent from you. In this moment, I would like to just express myself and speak a little bit about the power of unity. Like the scripture said, Jesus prayed so his disciples can become one as he was one in the Father. And in this place, I reach out and I call to everyone that it doesn't matter what the race, doesn't matter what religion, doesn't matter our cultural beliefs, we need to call out in unity. Paterson needs unity. Paterson needs men and women that believe in one thing in our generation that is coming up. And the world is so difficult in these days, and we need God to lead us and leave aside our differences, leave aside our personal thoughts, and come what is the truth that we need to become and turn around Paterson in a better place. I believe that Paterson is a great city. I live in Paterson. My church is in Paterson. I'm a teacher in Paterson. My daughters are raised in Paterson. They were born here as well. And I have a community that on Saturday, it did not matter what race you were. We were able to distribute 800 meals. And it was just with one voice. It didn't matter who you were or what, it's just the love. And I ask and I believe that God has sent me tonight just to call out, to set aside all differences or everything that comes in our mind or personal matters. I think we need to come in unity. And I call out to all the religious leaders to come in one. Let's have a meeting together to turn around our city. I love Paterson. God loves Paterson. You guys love Paterson, so why not work together? May God bless you all. May God bless Paterson. Thank you so much.
Amen. He's out here? Okay. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll continue to stand just for a moment of silence for our troops and anyone that has lost a loved one. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the statement of compliance.
Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2025-2026. Meeting date November 12, 2025 at 7:00 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2025-2026 on or about July 1st, 2025. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2025-2026 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2025 to the North Jersey Herald, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Post, Dominicana News, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap Into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrica, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2025-2026 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2025-2026 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we get started, item number 33 will be tabled until our December 9th meeting, only because we need to get a signature from DCA. Madam Clerk, let's do consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Sure. All matters under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 4 through 27. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, would be treated as a separate matter.
So move.
Second, moved by Council Vice President, second by Council President Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on consent agenda.
Discussion?
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
So, Council President. As I understand it, if I understand correctly, there's items that are on here for entertainment show licenses that are missing the required calls for service.
No. When it comes to new entertainment licenses, they don't require calls to services. Anything that is a renewal requires it. New entertainment cannot be held at the same standard if they're new entities coming in, but if it's someone looking for renewal, that is the process.
Council President, just the other day, we were in full discussion with regard to items that did not have this required situation. You have items number 13 and 14. Those are not new. Those are renewals.
So with
Number 15, that's a renewal. Number 16, a renewal. It doesn't have the appropriate calls for service with these items.
So if you're only referring to those, well, let's go back. So the new items Items 11 and 12, those are 6 ward. The councilman said he met with the owner, he's fine. 13 in 2nd Ward, 14 in 2nd Ward, 15 again. The councilman of 6th Ward is fine, and then 16. So if you would like to remove them to be voted on separately, you can do that, Councilman. But in every workshop, we always ask the council people of their wards, and they were fine with them being on consent. So if it's something that you would like to remove and vote on separately, we could do that.
So absolutely, I do want to remove them because we cannot continue to move the goalposts for some.
Okay, so which ones do you want to vote on separately?
Process, every single one that requires a, that requires the cost for service that's supposed to be listed with the item.
Council President.
Okay, so,
If we can't, if we're not going to treat each and every item the same, we have some items being held up, some items that are being pushed forward. The common practice is not, well, if the councilman of the ward is okay with it. The common practice is to be a finalized package, it gets sent up to the council after it has certain things done. We have some applicants that are being turned away, and these businesses that are being impacted because the council made a decision to change our meeting schedule from 4 a month or from 2 a month to 1 a month. Now these businesses that are impacted, they have to wait, an additional month. They're being chastised by the administration. So we can't move the goalposts for some, and then this council person likes this and that council person likes that.
That's fine, Councilman Jackson. So 13, 14, 15, and 16, we will vote on them separately right after this for the consent, and then we'll move on, Madam.
17 as well.
And 17.
Council
13,
President.
14, 15, 16, 17, and
9 and
11
10.
and 12 as well.
Okay, so 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
10 as well.
And 10.
9
We'll
as
vote
well.
we'll vote on all those
9
separately.
and 10 as well.
9 and 10, that's
Council
fine.
President.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Madam VP, please.
So I just want to say, we had a very long workshop where all these items were placed. They were placed in finance. They were discussed there. They were bought here. I understand what Councilman Jackson is stating, but those statements should have been made last week, so they didn't go on consent. So to the point of other businesses that have submitted paperwork, unfortunately, there are deadlines. They received their paperwork, their applications should be inputted by a certain time. It didn't happen. They came after the deadline. The clerk can verify to that. The licensing department can verify to that. And so and I don't know if the entity is here, because I believe there were 2 business owners who do have entertainment licenses that are going to go for approval. Unfortunately, they didn't make the agenda, but Council President has agreed to put those items in a special meeting to be voted on in our next meeting. And so I just want to say, when stuff like this is done and we're trying to put things on the day of the meeting, this really affects the department, the clerk's office, where all the paperwork, everything has to be scanned. There's a lot of things that happen because procedurally it wasn't done on time. So we want to be fair. You want to go ahead, any council member that pulls an item can do so, but it saddens me to see that we can't get business done, all of this, and these items are all going to be voted on. All of them.
That's fine.
We could do it with one motion.
It's fine.
I just wanted to say
Can
that.
we
Thank
do
you very
roll call on all the items except for those items?
Council President?
Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. In the past, when we had new entertainment license, a CO always was attached that will send a message that they went through the process to get a CO, and the user of the place was in the CO. I don't see them here. The reason I requested a call of service, and I made it clear, I know that Councilman Omar said that he went and spoke to the owner, but that place is on the border with the 5th. I have received in the past calls from residents and business owners of activities even when the doors was closed and they didn't have no permits, et cetera, et cetera. And in the past, there was a fatality from that place. I'm not saying that the new owner created it, but the reason I want to call a service list is because if this is new, this was closed for the longest, and I just want to know how many call of service was conducted there and how many party was shut down after hours, because if it was closed, there should be no activities. And if they didn't have no license, there should be no activity. But I know that Councilman Jackson pulled it to vote different.
Thank you.
Council President, please. I know some Councilman Jackson just pulled it up to vote it differently, but that was my request on the workshop, and I don't see it here either, the call of service, from this particularly 9 and 10.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Madam Clerk, can we call the roll call for those consent items, and then we'll go to item. Councilman Khalid.
The item, Councilman Velez is questioning the call of services attached to the resolution.
Which one?
Number 10.
He says
item-
CO. He didn't say call of service.
He said call
CO.
of service. Page number 9.
Well, I don't have it in my folder. If you could see, I don't have a call of service here.
If you look on your tablet, it's there.
Actually, you know, too small to read, but that's why I ask always.
That's fine. Madam Clerk,
Right,
let's
but
go to
I just
roll
want to,
call.
I want to make a record, I want to make the record clear. You have it over there. I don't have it here. So if you
That's
getting me,
fine.
you know.
Madam Clerk, we'll do roll call, and then we'll vote on those items separately. Roll call on all the items except for 9 through 17, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Roll call on the consent agenda, numbers 4 through 27, with the exception of items 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, the thing is, and I'm glad there's a full room, especially our young people, because just having a clear understanding of the process is very important. There's a lot of things that get shuffled around here, and what my thing is here, I'm going to call balls and strikes. I'm going to call it evenly. You can't do something for some businesses and then not do it for some others. If the package is said that is required to have the calls for service before it comes up here, some make it to the agenda and then others are turned away, whether it was a deadline or not, because we all know various council members, depending on their relationship with the administration or the council president, they get items put on the agenda on the last minute. There's the process of deadlines is disregarded. The mayor sends items up here all the time last minute and goes to the clerk's office and expects her to rearrange the entire agenda. It's done all the time, but certain businesses are treated differently because of who they are or are not associated with, and that's my point. You cannot just, and then we bury these items in this consent agenda, not being held fully accountable. If we're going to do it for some, we have to do it for all. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Call of services has nothing to do with the applicant. The City of Paterson, our administration, our clerk office, or the not clerk office, the place where it take process, they are the one who has to get the call of service and attach to the application. We should not hold the applicant, the business owner, responsible for us not getting the call of service. So next time, make sure the department, Mr. Bier, licensing department, get the call of services attached. And I see some of the item there being pulled, like number 10, it does have attached call of services in there. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're voting on the consent agenda when it comes to licensing and renewal, and our clerk is very effective. And once we have the resolution on the floor and on the agenda, it's because Madam Clerk have done all the due diligence, have covered all the corners and every paper that need to be submitted, and I feel comfortable to voting yes. But before that, Madam Clerk, and we don't have any resurfacing on the consent agenda, but Director Ramirez, I know you acting as our acting VA tonight. I've been requesting in a multiple occasion a report of the company that is hired and designated to oversee the project on River Street. This council voted for a company, a third party, to oversee the entire project. I've been visiting the River Street, and I haven't been able to get in touch with a person. And I remember that the agreement was to make sure that our company will have somebody on site all the time from the beginning to the end of the project, and I've been mentioning this over and over. We don't have another $10 million to invest it on River Street. We got to make sure that we do the project right the first time around. So if I could get a report about the company, how much money we've been paying the company, who's on site, and the performance and the job that they have done. Thank you. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes on the consent agenda.
Thank you. Councilman Omar?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
So we received the agenda ABC. They have a hearing tomorrow, the ABC agenda of the, what they're going to approve, transfer, or whatever. They're going to have it tomorrow. I read that agenda, and I saw that this particular entertainment license and what they request, a new one, haven't even been approved or transferred at the ABC meeting. So we working backwards. They haven't get approved by ABC to get transfer or whatever. Now we approving license, entertainment license for a new establishment. I don't know, I've been here since 2016. I don't know who changed the rules. I'm not questioning the work that she received or the clerk received in her office. What I'm questioning is the process. In the past, they used to attach picture of the establishment, CO, and other document that support that they are operating the right way. So what I'm saying here, and I requested and call a service, what I'm requesting was that on the workshop, if they want to change the norm and do it the other way, so they should advise her, don't look for this because we're not going to put it. Don't look for this because we're not going to put it, because we are here responsible. When we get those calls about residents saying that this after-hour party and establishment was closed for years, we can ignore that. We need to investigate why. That's why the call of service is important, because if somebody inquired or took a property as a new owner a year and a half ago, and that call of service telling me that the police responded to an after-hour party, they breaking the law without even having a license. So if they change the norm and rules, so is a problem for me. I'm here to preserve the quality of life on the 5th Ward. This establishment is in the other side of the ward, but I could make that comment when we talk about it, saying that it's really important that here there's an item that contract is going to be renewed for Millennium, and it's my understanding that they worked for bring a lot of grants to the city of Paterson. So my vote is yes to consent agenda.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, 1 absent. The consent agenda is hereby adopted with the exceptions of items 9 through 17.
Item number 9, Madam Clerk.
Item number 9 is a resolution addressing a new corn-operated amusement device license for El Escondite Bar and Restaurant, LLC, 243 21st Avenue, 6th Ward, 1 pool table finance resolution number 25:541.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item 9, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 9. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So again, this effort is in protest of the process. You can't just allow, the 6th Ward, it just gets buried in the agenda. We could throw that in the consent agenda while matters in other wards are being scrutinized differently. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Abstain.
Abstain? Okay. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 abstention, 1 absent. Item number 9 is hereby adopted.
Item 10, Madam Clerk.
Item number 10 is a resolution addressing renewal of corn-operated amusement device license for Mac Ward, Inc., TA Neighbors, 1 Pool Table 329, Trenton Avenue, 6th Ward, Finance, Resolution Number 25:542.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on number 10.
Roll call on item number 10 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Omar,
Yes.
Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
Good neighbors. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President.
Yes.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 10 is hereby adopted.
Item number 11, Madam Clerk.
Item number 11, resolution addressing a new entertainment show license for L.S. Condite Bar and Restaurant LLC, 243 21st Avenue, 6th Ward, Finance, Resolution Number 25:543.
Moved by
Second.
Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 11.
Roll call on item number 11, Councilwoman Cotton. Pass. Councilwoman Davila.
Wanted to make a correction in your call of votes,
For which one now?
7.
Your microphone.
What is it?
Right, 8, not 9, but 8 yeses and 1 absent.
Number 10?
Yes, just wanted, because you said 9.
Okay,
Okay? My
Yes.
vote is yes for item number 11.
okay. What did I do with it? Okay. Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Once again, I have no idea who these owners are, who this business is, but it's in the 6th. Well, other businesses around the community is awarded the same privileges or the same concessions to being placed through without having to finalize package and put on consent. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Omar.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
So when I say number 9, they didn't have the call of service in the back. That's why the one I was talking about, because it's a pool table. But yes, I had the document. This is what I was talking about.
Thank you.
When they put a food application and they put it separate from the other one, they always put it one to the other. The CO is in here. The pictures that I was talking is here. And I'm satisfied with this one now, and call of service. 3 call of service not related to the business. That's what we want to see. My vote is yes on this one.
Clarify.
Thank you.
Try to-
Council President.
So I just want, we have our laptops, and I'm just asking that all council members, if you don't see it there, look in your laptop. A lot of more detailed information is in the laptop. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Did Councilwoman Cotton, did you pass on this one?
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor. Item number 11 is hereby adopted.
item 12, Madam Clerk.
All right, I want to just make a correction on item number 10. It's 8 in favor, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Item 12.
Item number 12 is a resolution addressing a new dance hall license for L.S. Condite Bar and Restaurant LLC, 243 21st Avenue, 6th Ward, Finance, Resolution Number 25:544.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item 12, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 12 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 12 is hereby adopted.
Item number 13, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Item number 13 is a resolution addressing renewal of dance hall license for Club West LLC, TA, Ace Lounge, 54 Washington Avenue, 2nd Ward. Finance Resolution Resolution number 25:545.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call on item number 13, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 13 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Here's a perfect example. The gentleman, the owner of Quest, his application was in. In fact, he reached out to the city. He let us know that he's been dealing with some personal issues. The gentleman has a cancer bout. He was out of town, had all the paperwork submitted. He had to cancel events that he had booked because his item couldn't get through 2 months ago. So this is an example. Some items make it through and some items don't, and it's just not fair to all the business people that's in the community not to have a fair and equitable process. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
It is in the second ward. I haven't received any complaint about this entity. Paterson owner of this establishment is Patersonian. I think we should have just kept it in consent and keep moving. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Peace and love, yes.
Thank you. Council President.
So I want to put it on the record because I spoke to the owner. The application was not complete, and that's why it was not on the agenda previously. And once it was complete, licensings reached out to the owner and myself, and I called him personally. That is why it is on the agenda now. So it was not that it was not on before because we did not allow it. There was some incompletion in the application, and the owner is excited about that. So I'm glad to make sure that this is moved forward. Thank you to the council colleagues who are supporting it. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 13 is hereby adopted.
Item number 14, Madam Clerk.
Item number 14 is a resolution addressing renewal of an entertainment show license for Club West LLC TA Ace Lounge, 54 Washington Avenue, 2nd Ward. Finance Resolution number 25:546.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call on item 14, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 14 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 14 is hereby adopted.
Item 15, Madam Clerk.
Item number 15, resolution addressing the renewal of an entertainment show license for Corona LLC TA Super Coronas, 991 Madison Avenue, 6th Ward. Finance Resolution number 25:547.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Council President Mims. Roll call on item 15, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 15 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 15 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 16, Madam Clerk.
Item number 16 is a resolution addressing an entertainment show license renewal for JRM Assets LLC TA Santana Sports Bar, 215 Market Street, 1st Ward. Finance Resolution number 25:548.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item 16, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 16. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Councilwoman, Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 16 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 17.
Item number 17, resolution addressing the renewal of dance hall license for JRM Assets LLC TA Santana Sports Bar, 215 Market Street, 1st Ward. Finance Resolution number 25:549.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item 17, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 17, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila, I'm sorry. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez,
Yes.
Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 17 is hereby adopted.
Item 29, Madam Clerk.
1 second. Item number 29 is a resolution honoring a trailblazer and community activist, Wahida Muhammad, for her extraordinary advocacy for Paterson, sponsored by Council President Dr. Lalisa Mims, Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, and Councilman Michael Jackson. City Council Resolution number 25:561.
So moved.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Council President Mims and Cotton, second by Velez, Uden, Mendez, Jackson. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 29.
Roll call on item number 29, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to Ms. Wahida Muhammad, I know she will be leaving us, but I always say she's really not leaving us because she will be back here in our city. I have known her for many, many years, and she has truly been a trailblazer in our community. And I want to wish her well on her next journey. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
Wishing you well. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
I almost want to vote no on this, this item. I mean, to say the least, Ms. Wahida Muhammad has been one of the strongest voices in our community for the last, since I could remember. You know, yeah, it's a rather an emotional moment, you know, when you watching, you know, trailblazers fight relentlessly and get so frustrated that they just make a decision to exit. And understanding her family has relocated as well. They want their mom to be closer, but when you think about Paterson over the last 25, 30, 40 years, definitely, without a doubt, one of the faces that come to mind is Miss Muhammad. You know, as, you know, people like Mr. Donald Lynch and people who have, Mr. Tom Foscaldo, people who've been coming forward before the microphone and doing their best and holding those of us who sit here accountable. And I want to take a moment just to celebrate Ms. Muhammad, to tip my hat to her, to give my heartfelt appreciation for all the effort that you've put in, and just give you a sense of comfort that that fight will definitely continue as long as I'm here. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is that correct, Rafael? I hear there's no sound on the TV at home. Are we good? Okay, we fixed the problem. Thank you, Rafael. So, all right. So before my vote, Ms. Wahid, I want to say thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for your fight, your hard work and dedication for our children at the school board. I remember those times at Paterson Board of Education with you fighting on behalf of our children and also on behalf of our city. You never give up in Paterson. Congratulations, and my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, I'm sorry. Councilman Mendez. Councilman Omar.
Congratulations. My vote is yes.
Councilman Uden.
Ms. Wahida, you are the living legend, and kudos for everything you do for our city and our community. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Wahida Muhammad, when she comes here in God's name, you have to be, you have to pay attention what she's saying. She has been a voice for education, everybody knows that, and also for the city government issues, housing for the homeless, for any people that she could be voice. She's going to be doing that. Our loss is somebody gain. And I wish you luck and blessing wherever you go. And like there's a say, in Puerto Rico, when you drink water from a place, you always come back. So this is your home, and you're always going to be welcome in the city of Paterson no matter what. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President?
So to Ms. Wahida, I want to thank Councilwoman Ames for giving me the inside scoop on this. Ms. Wahida, thank you for your service. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 29 is hereby adopted.
Item 30.
Item number 30 is a resolution honoring Reverend Hector L. Seda and receiving an honorary doctorate degree sponsored by Councilwoman at Large Marissa Davila. City Council, Resolution number 25:562.
So move. Discussion for this one.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Council President Mims, Velez, and Cotton. Discussion, Councilman Velez?
Yes,
quickly,
Council.
1 second,
Can I
Council.
just say something?
Yeah.
At
Councilwoman
last
Davila.
week's workshop, I had asked for certain names to be, and they're not on here. The requests were not on here. So I was going to, once it was moved in second, to add your names to it because I know that Council President, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Velez, and Mendez, I mean, we've all worked with this Reverend, and, you know, so I really, please, for the record, to reflect that it is sponsored by me, co-sponsored by Council President, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Velez, and Councilman Mendez.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 30.
Roll call on item number 30. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say for Reverend Seda that he has been at St. Augustine's for many, many, many years. And it's an honor that he's receiving an honorary doctorate degree. So with that being said, congratulations, Reverend Seda. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila?
So Reverend Seda is a member of the church where I attend, and through Dr. Ramos, you know, this is actually a surprise. He actually does not know this. So I know he's not watching, but hopefully he can go back to the YouTube video. It gives me great pleasure and an honor. I've worked with Reverendo Seda as well as his wife Luisa for many, many years through the Hispanic Center, through the church. And as you said, you know, I actually met him at St. Augustine. So it just gives me pleasure to be able, while he is alive, to be able to give him this recognition, you know, on behalf of the council. So I appreciate the council supporting the move for recognition today. Thank you, Dr. Ramos, and the entire Church of Christ family. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Khalid? I'm sorry, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just reading over some of the acknowledgements and where exactly the doctorate has come from, this gentleman is very, very well credentialed. Certificate in supervisory skills from Rutgers University, certified social worker in New Jersey, process certification, clinical education, Lutheran Medical Center, Diploma of New York School of Printing, and Certificate of Clinical Management and Laboratory Diagnosis. I mean, his resume speaks for itself, and the work that he puts in Paterson is acknowledgeable, and I'm proud to support it. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Khalid?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Reverend Hector Seda, congratulations on your doctorate degree. I want to say thank you for serving the city of Paterson. Thank you for your hard work and dedication for our community and your love. May God bless you and your family. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Omar?
Congratulations. My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine?
First of all, Dr. Reverend Seda, congratulations on your honorary doctorate degree. And also, thank you for your service as a faith-based leader in the city of Paterson. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Just to, before moving forward for my vote and my comments, can you please look into the resolution, and there's some typo error. SEDA is not SADA, S-A-D-A. And there's some of them are written on the second whereas is correct, but in the other whereas is needs a correction on the name, Title II, also in the Title II. Saying this, in the one of the whereas, and those that knows him, from being 14 years and being a pastor of an Afro-American church at San Agustin Presbyterian Church, he had a after school program there, and he kept his faith. He's still working, and the people still assisting in the Fourth Ward into this after school program, giving back to the community. And God bless you. Thank you for your service, and continue serving the city of Paterson. No matter where you live, you always have Paterson in your heart. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Yes, Reverend Dr. Seda, we go way back. Congratulations, well-deserved. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 30 is hereby adopted.
Payment of bills, Madam Clerk?
Sure.
Payment of bills?
Yes. 1 second.
Councilwoman Davila, payment of bills.
Where's my payment?
Payment of bills, Councilwoman Davila.
My apologies, Councilman Velez was bringing to my attention that there is a error in the spelling. I don't know if it's in the body. Actually, it's only the title. No, it's on the body. It's on the title. The body is correct, but regardless, the title as well has to be correct. It's Seda with an E, S-E-D-A, okay? No, in the body it says S-E-D-A.
They have it. Payment of bills.
Oh, yes, the third whereas as well.
Payment of bills,
My
Councilwoman Davila.
apologies. Okay, yes, Council President, thank you. To my council colleagues, we have before us a payment of bills for $23,162,046.54. This was a payroll week. That amount was $5,423,951.14. And the computer checks were a total of $17,738,095.40, of which out of the $17,016,519,499.31 were for county taxes. So the total of the computerized checks for $17,738,9540, payroll $5,423,951.14, making a total of $23,162,046.54. My motion is for payment of bills.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call on payment of bills, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on the payment of bills in the amount of $23,162,046.54. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, again, grateful to Buzz and Emoji for bringing our young people out. I'm going to use this as another educational moment. This is actually the council's main priority. Our top responsibility is being fiscally responsible, right? Now, I'm going to just give you a quick example. Let's just say the year was 10 days long. Let's say your budget was $10, and every day you had $1 per day to go along. Before we can vote to give you $1 a day, we have to approve that we're going to give you $10 to spend. That's what this budget is. We have to, as a council, at a certain point, the administration is supposed to present us with a budget, then the council approves it. Then as we go along each and every night, we approve a portion of that budget. If I let you spend $1 a day, and then one day you say, well, I need $2. And again, it's only 10 days, right? $2, and then another day you spend another $2. By the time you get to the 10th day, you're at $12. But your budget was only supposed to be 10. Every single night we sit here and we just approve these payment of bills without having a completed budget. We have an addendum on the agenda tonight that's adding the the approval, which says, resolution to amend the calendar year 2025 budget, which has been approved but not yet adopted. So therefore, every single night when we're approving these budgets, we're going along, we don't even know if they're going to move the goalposts, if they're going to say, well, we need this much money now. Many of you saw a few weeks ago, which I got to give credit to one of the city employees because I wasn't paying any attention to it that way. They faked us out. They came and said, well, it's going to be a 5.5%, whatever the number was, increase this year. Everybody ran in panic because the actual amount was actually a 3 point. So they faked you out to say it was a 5 point or almost a 6% increase. But if they came back and said it was a 3%, you say, oh, wow, thank you, great job, you guys did. They never showed where the changes were made. They never presented to us how they reduced it from 5.6 or whatever down to 3. They just said, hey, don't worry, we did a great job. We never had any budget hearings. We never did anything responsible. I'm not going to prolong this. You guys get the picture. So many of you who are wondering, why is Councilman Jackson always voting no on the budget list? I'm not going to let you go to the store with a $5 bill when you only have 10 to spend the whole time. I got to give you 4 quarters, 99 pennies, maybe a $2 piece, make you come back with change. I can't just give you a blank check and let you run rampant with it, because in the end, and I'll say this last part, because I continue to talk about it. When I first got elected, it was more responsible council members over here. And all the time, they would say, we're not going to let you back us into the budget. Councilman Morris, Councilman McCoy, all the time would say, hey, that's what we had a finance chair that was very committed to making sure we held the administration accountable. Now we're not doing that. We're not doing that. So what are we doing? We're allowing the mayor to then do private sessions to the state of the city because he doesn't want to be challenged on all the misappropriations, all the poor spending. How about the developer that got a developer's fee so big that he can afford to buy the baseball franchise? But that's what we're doing here. That's the kind of stuff that we're doing while we're just being irresponsible on these payment of bills. Some of you, they may act like it's not related, but it's totally related. Anytime you go to the store to spend money, it's coming out of your bank account. It is completely related. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're voting on payment of bill. This council wasn't faked out. This council wasn't back into the budget. At the end, you will see we're going to have an adoption of the budget tonight with what we expected, what we fought for. Minimum of 2%. That's MOU by the state. You will see, you'll get the budget, the final budget will be introduced and adopted hopefully tonight. So what do is pen and paper, numbers are there, you will see. And my vote is yes for payment of bill.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't want to get into state of the city address and all of that stuff. I'm going to stay on my payment of bills. So, but let me just educate the community and remind what we have in front of us. So out of the $23,162,046 for the county tax is $60,519,499. And plus payroll, $5,423,951. That's a total of $21,943 out of the $23 million. So we have to pay the county. That's being responsible. If you say that not paying the county is being responsible, we have a problem. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Omar.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes to payment of bill.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
I don't know if you feel like when you hear Councilman Mendez, and you had the will to say whatever you want, but when you say, let me educate the residents, I'd rather say, let me inform the residents, because the residents are educated. They see what's going on here. Especially when it comes down to payment of bills. When I look at the payment of bills, and I agree with Councilman Jackson, I look at the bills, more likely the bill ought to pay local vendors that we have in the city of Paterson, small businesses that we have here, that they have rendered service, or DPW or any other department have go there to get service. And also, I'm happy to pay the payment of bill this time, but like I say, you won't guarantee that you get a check tomorrow. But I see the payment of bills that is also covering expenses that city employees have taken money out of their pocket to fulfill the needs of that department. So we had to honor that. Firemen's, employees. So we had to honor that. And last but not least, I'm happy to see that we're voting on the League of Municipality event that they have this year in Atlantic City that I will not be attending, but I'm happy to vote for this payment of bill. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
I'm going to say an educational tip. For the young people, when you have bills, you pay them. That's what this item is for. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The votes are
Madam
8
Clerk?
Yes.
I'd like to revisit, please. It's important. That's fine. I guess many of my council colleagues didn't read the newspaper article where it talked about the $4 million that was misappropriated by this administration under the same budget. I guess many of my council colleagues in their form of education is failing to acknowledge the fact that none of those expenditures have been pointed out, that have been shown where they were, that this CFO, who's been completely irresponsible, completely inadequate in his servicing the community, I guess the $4 million that they wrote an article about of us being in deficit or having an undisclosed over expenditures was something that I'm just imagining. So yes, we don't have to tell people what the bills are that we have to pay. Yes, young people know they got to pay their bills. They also should know that they should be responsible. They shouldn't give somebody a credit card, let them run rampant, spend money, and can't tell you where they spent the money at. That's not how government is supposed to function. When you have a personnel director giving raises without 375s being signed off on, and it's so bad that the sitting BA is afraid to even come here and sit before us because he knows the law was broken. When is the council going to hold them accountable? So yeah, some people may like to rush this process along, but I'm never going to let you guys just roll over this thing and act as if you're being responsible. Oh, this is just payment of bills. Yeah, that's what they're telling you all the time. While we're spending more money. When I first got elected, our budget was $225 million. Now we're at $325 million. Do you feel like you're getting more services for an additional $100 million? They can't even tell you where it's going. They can't tell you where the money's at. But we're blindly voting yes. These are rubber stamps right here. These are not council people. These are rubber stamps. Madam Clerk, my vote is an emphatic no.
Council President. Council President.
Are you changing your vote, Councilman Mendez?
No, I'm not. And I will be brief, less than 30 seconds. And the reason why when I mention education is because a lot of the residents here, they don't have the agenda, they don't have the document that we have in front of us. That's the reason why I mention education. And the little difference between the county and the payroll is a lot of rental assistance program that we have that need to be paid. A lot of people are struggling, and those rental assistance checks, they have to come out. I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that happened on the administration. We know that we have problems in the city, but one thing has nothing to do with another one. I'm talking about the document that we have in front of us, and we have to start paying on time. The people that do business with Paterson, they have to wait 6 and 7 months to get a little check. There's no business will survive, waiting for a check every 6 months. We have to do better on that. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 against. Payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Item number 28, Madam Clerk.
Yes, 1 second. Item number 28 is a resolution authorizing contracts with certain approved state contract vendors for various departments and divisions for the city of Paterson. Item number, 1 second.
28.
I'm sorry. It's an administration item, resolution number 25:560.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Khalid. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Colleague?
This is,
Councilman Mendez and colleague, second?
No. Councilwoman Davila, and second by Councilman Khalid.
Okay, thank you. Roll call on item number
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
So none of the issues that we talked about in workshop, we still glazed over them. We have well over, several $1 million in expenditures here. I do understand that there's state contracts, but we have yet to get a report from the administration. I thought that's one of the things we talked about in workshop, is that we would have a report on the comparison of what was spent last year versus what we're just going to spend this year. We have some expenditures for $300,000, $400,000 here. I mean, listen, I'm not going to hold the party up. I mean, obviously, I'm the only person that feels as if it's necessary to actually require the administration to give reports on spending. So, carry on.
Yep.
A roll call.
660,000, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So just to put on the record before roll call, last week in the meeting, Councilman Jackson, you did ask for that information. Within an hour of your request, that information was sent to all council members. You made a request asking what were the totals for the year, and that email was sent out to every council member. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 28, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I said this item was discussed last week in detail with our person agent. He's not here tonight. And I know one of my questions were also, too, was that I know that when we look at state contracts and we go to state contracts, I said to him, are we sure that we're getting the best deal when we do state contracts? Because I'm on another board that we do state contracts, and they're supposed to make sure that the contracts that we're getting is the best price that we're getting. Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
So as many know that, we are a transitional aid city. And like Councilwoman Khan has stated, through our purchasing agent, all of these companies have to be vetted.
Yeah.
And state contracts have to be approved by the state, by DCA. So all these reviews that are being requested and all these things, our books are being reviewed by the Department of Community Affairs. And so, with that said, these entities that are here before us are state contracts that supersede other contracts that may be more. So this is the best for us right now. And once again, I'm saying it because we and all of our financials are reviewed by the Department of Community Affairs. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If DCA was doing such a fantastic job in reviewing our spending, we wouldn't have $4 million in over expenditures that DCA or anybody in administration or anybody in the council would have been aware of. We know there's state vendors. Just because they're state vendors doesn't mean that people are going to be responsible. You're spending over $660,000 on gas. So what vehicles were they used for? We bought electric vehicles. Who's spending on gas? Are we having people pull up their cars and fill up their personal vehicles at the pump? I mean, listen, you can't put anything past them. Why would you not ask for a full report on all these expenditures? Anyway, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez.
My vote is,
I'm sorry, Councilman Kalik.
my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Briefly, I think that, Councilman Jackson has a legitimate question, but I will do something better. And this is our acting B. I will do something better. I mean, we're using a state contract vendor. That's being used. That's normal business. But I think that, for example, if we're spending on Verizon $200,000, what we want to see is how much money we spent the year before and the year before. We could go back 2 years and see and have an idea if we allocate, if we spend $100,000 in 2023, 2024. We know that we don't need 200,000. We may need 150,000. So I think that Activia, we should add that list every time we have a list, an extensive list like this. We have to add how much you spent the year before, and that would definitely help us to have a smart, decision and a better discussion. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Omar.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
So, as soon as the article came out about the $4 million, I sent an email early in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, I believe it is, to the administration. I tagged the BA and et cetera, and the CFO. I requesting information and clarification of those $4 million. They did send me a response. DCA was the one, the fiscal monitor is the one that found out that there was a typo on the numbers. And they requested to correct them. $4 million went down to $1 million. Still, the administration is accountable and responsible to give a report where they spend that money excessively in the city of Paterson. That's my statement. Now, regarding this, I know the pitch about using state contract or whatever. We have 2 companies that adding it up, it goes up to $1 million in gas only. Councilman Jackson requested a detailed report, how much was spent it, to be able to know if we're not going over. And to make sure if they're not spending $1 million, so we could budget for $500,000 if they only spend $300,000. That's responsible. So, like I say, we could talk about the contractual, the salaries, et cetera, but that's not touchable because it's all contractual. But when it goes to other expenses, I think the administration could do, a CFO can sit down with the real numbers and present it to the council the right way. Saying this, we got this oldest company, outside contract, they are going to serve the needs of DPW, police, et cetera, so we need to have it in place for be able to them use those services to serve the community. My vote is yes on this.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 against. Item number 28 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Item 31, Madam Clerk.
31. Item number 31 is a resolution of need in support of the application of Hudson Blue 24 owner, LLC, to the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency, NJHMFA, in connection with the development of an affordable housing project in the city of Paterson, economic development, resolution number 25:563.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second.
Discussion.
Second, Councilwoman Mims, discussion. Councilman Velez, and then Councilman Udine.
Discussion.
Councilman
Council
Jackson.
President, last meeting, and first of all, I want to apologize if the community saw me a little bit upset, but you get a little bit emotional and you want to put your points clear when they come and present to the city council and to give the respect that we deserve. You know, other companies have come to the city of Paterson, especially this chamber, and bring people with them to support the letter of support for housing. And they have come to the council, even address us directly to us why they're looking for that letter of support. Right now, and I respect whatever the board did to approve this project, but I was not sitting on the board I was not present, and they approved a project that had been alarming people out there regarding parking, regarding the quality of life, regarding other issues, especially when it comes up the subject of affordable housing. You know, I don't see, unless they are here or they sitting back there, I don't know if the owners of this LLC came in as a request that I had for them to address the council. But right now, you know, and I recall 2016, 17, when the same company came here, I remember that, saying that they have money to invest in the city of Paterson. Now they're looking for a letter of support to ask the state for money. I don't know if they are here or not. I think we deserve, the community deserve respect, and the same way they spoke to the board how good this project was going to be and demonstrate that it's going to be affordable or low income, and they're not here. I believe they're not here. So you can move with it, and that's my statement. The respect that you have to give to this council, at least to address us and say why they need it, not use somebody else. That, for me, I think they have a conflict of interest, but hey, it is what it is. I recall, and you could go back to the record, every, and it's not personal, every economic development director that had worked for the city have moved forward to work with the same people that come here to present projects. Coincidence, huh? Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Udine, Councilman Jackson. Then after that, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, is there anybody representing this application?
That's all I got.
No? Okay.
I just asked.
All right, sounds good. So let me move forward. So thank you very much. First of all, this resolution is about receiving 4% federal low-income housing tax credit from New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency, and this is about 194 multifamily affordable housing for the resident of 55 or older, which is great. We need affordable housing, not only for seniors, I would say for our residents. Paterson is beyond affordability at this point. Because of our ongoing tax increases, I understand that we are receiving transitional aid, and that's a minimum MOU requirement that we have to have minimum 2% tax increase. However, it is very important that we have to find a way that how can we not depend on ourselves, not just receive or depend on transitional aid years after years. We are using these excuses every year that we are receiving transitional aid, so minimum 2% has to be raised. That's very true. I understand that. I agree with the process. However, this 2% adding every year is getting on our residents' shoulder. Think about the burden we are pushing on people's, and it's kind of like indirect way pushing people out of the city. Last week we spoke about the illegal housing in our city. Think about the reason of illegal housing is taking place. One thing is this is not affordable anymore. People looking for any options possible. And besides, we are going easy as well at the same time. So I'm not speaking about that topic, but I have some specific questions on that particular resolution to Director. It's 194 multifamily residence units, and it's coming up along with 4,230 square feet theater and performing arts space, 1,200 square feet office space, 2,000 square feet retail space and outdoor dining areas. My question is there any parking attached to this project?
So parking is attached to this project, and again, this is something that has already received municipal approval through historic preservation as well as the planning board.
How many parking spaces available?
So it will, I believe, up to 274 spaces.
Where?
Where is it?
Where?
I'm sorry, it's still under the planning board's purview, but again, it was through a letter of support that was provided to the planning board.
Well, Director, I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's planning board purview. Planning board is not going to give spaces. They might approve it or not approve it. That's one
There
different
was a
board.
letter submitted by the parking authority
Right.
that would support the project up to 274 spaces.
So you're saying the partnership of Paterson Housing Authority, and they are going to do partnership with them. That's exactly what you're saying?
That it would be approved by the parking authority.
That already approved, you said?
I'm sorry.
You said Housing Authority approved 200 some spaces?
It's not the housing authority, it's the parking authority.
Housing Authority approved?
No, parking authority.
Parking Authority approved. Where is it? I mean, which one?
The
Do you
letter
know?
of, the parking authority provided a letter of support for this project, which was approved by the planning board.
But Director, no, I'm not getting my answer directly. And
I'm
I
answering
can
your
hear,
question.
hear the answer from my council colleagues as well. I'm specifically asking you, Madam Director, that I understand the parking authority approved it. My question is, which parking lot is going to be used? Where are those spaces? For how long this contract between this entity and parking authority?
So that is a contract that is still under review. Again, it's through an MOU that would have to be approved by both parties. So that is up for, thank you. So that is still being determined between the entities.
It's TBD still. All right, thank you for the answer.
It's not TBD when there was a letter of support of the project that was provided by the parking authority. The planning board approved it based off of that letter of support.
It does not say that it's already specified. And the reason I'm stating it, and I want residents to know as well, that I watch both planning board and board of adjustment. And many occasions we have seen that many projects came before. They have shown that they do not have parking, but they have contact with the parking authority
So
for...
let me say this, I appreciate the line of questioning, but again, at the end of the day, all we are requesting at this moment is local consent from this body to allow them to go for financing and submit an application, that's it.
Madam Director, my stand, I'm talking about myself. I'm very independently vote, and I care about what's the needs of the city. And I wanted to just mention that when I'm asking this question, it does not mean I'm against affordable housing. I want to make sure that we are welcoming a project that is feasible and supporting our community at large. So when we are saying it, because this particular project comes not along with just 194 units for our senior citizens, but there are other businesses attached to it. But why not
And
we
you
are?
also have to keep in mind, Councilman, that there was market research that was done as well as community investigation that revealed that many of the seniors don't have the cars that would support all of the needs of that building. So there were other units, other adult facilities that were also interviewed to determine what the parking needs were, and that also assisted in providing information for this project. So we know that all 274 spaces will not be used by the residents. Many of the people that will be living in this age-restricted facility will not have vehicles. That has to be taken into consideration. They're over 55, they may not have cars, and many of them may rely personally on public transportation. They're located in the downtown where it's not really a requirement.
Director, I'm sorry, 55 is not that age that people do not have cars. I'm not
But I'm just
actually,
saying-
I'm not rebuttaling, Council.
It's an
Director.
age-restricted unit, right?
Yes.
Meaning that at a minimum,
Okay.
they're starting at 55 years and up.
All right, I did not get my answer, but anyway, I want to see that 194 units.
Okay.
If you even
194
think that maybe 25% people do not have vehicles, but if I think the rest of them have, to think about how many vehicles we are talking about, and we have to give them space. The reason I'm talking about the contract between any entity and parking authority, and I've seen that before, not only for affordable housing, even regular housing, that they always submit contract, like 5 years contract with parking authority for 5 spaces, And we never go back after 5 years whether they renewed their contract or they're using those spaces or not. So just know that this is happening.
So
and
that's
this is
a
what I'm saying from the
conversation between
experience.
the developer and the parking authority.
I mean, I want people to know your answer and my stand, so thank you for the answers, by the way.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson, and then Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Director, for coming up to the microphone. First of all, let me start by saying this. With all due respect, I think it's rather insulting to this council to say, well, that's the prerogative, and I know that's not the word you use, but you may as well have said it, that's within the purview of the parking authority and the developer. As the body that's responsible for all actions that take place within this community, it would be completely irresponsible for this council, whether it's only for a letter of approval. We gave a simple letter of approval to the stadium. Look,
Correct.
we're getting burned. We're getting burned. Kids are getting burned, while developers are making undisclosed developers fees that they don't want to disclose. Can you outline to me the price points for the AMI on this development for
Yep.
for single bedroom studios? What's the rental rates?
It's affordable based off of, again, HUD standards. This
Very
is
good.
based on, I can give you the breakdown by unit type, and then based on the 30%, 50%, 60% AMI, as well as based on household income. So a studio apartment at 30% AMI, the rent will be $772.
What is the unit collecting? What is the total rent that the unit is requesting to collect
The total rent that what?
for that unit?
I just told you, $772.
You're saying
based
that's-
off of a household income of
Correct.
$28,270.
But this unit is subsidized, correct?
The
If you're
unit
basing
is-
it on a 30% factoring, then the unit is subsidized. That means they're getting additional money through HUD or through a voucher process. I'm asking
No.
you, what is the
So
total
again,
amount?
this is why this funding is necessary, because the funding is what helps subsidize the project.
Okay.
This is what allows the cost to come down. It can only be done through state subsidies. That's why they're going after the Aspire tax credits, and that's why they're also going after NJHMFA, the LIHTC program.
So what is the total that they'll be collecting for each unit? If you're saying based on the 30%, that's based on the 30% household income. So obviously there's additional money that's being collected.
No.
I understand they're getting tax credits, but okay, go ahead, go down the line.
All right,
down
so
the
that's for a studio. For one bedroom, 30% AMI, the rent will be $827. And that's based off of a household income of $29,075.
So that your entire household has to make $29,000.
No, this is for a single person. Again, the unit prices
you
will
said,
change.
You just said a household income.
I'm basing it off of one person right now.
But, Madam Director, with all due respect, so if a person lives in that one bedroom unit and then they take on a significant other, they're going to be forced to move?
No.
You said a household income, that's factoring in.
Correct. I'm just
the entire
giving you
household.
the basics in terms of the information based off of the HUD guidelines. This is the regional HUD guidelines based on county. This includes Bergen, Hudson, Passaic, and Sussex. And it tells you based on household size, and it's broken down by moderate, which is 80% AMI, low, which is 50% AMI, and very low, which is 30% AMI. I'm just giving the information to you
Go ahead.
based off
I'm
of
sorry.
one-person household.
You can finish. How many, so those studio units that you quoted off, how many of those are going to be built in the project out of the 194?
So I'll give you the unit mix. Hang on one second. So the unit mix, you'll have 51 units that are studio apartments.
And they're at that AMI?
Again, we're
30%.
talking at 3 different AMI levels, 30% AMI,
How many are at the 30%?
AMI.
How many will be at the 30% AMI?
So I don't have that specific broken out, but I can get you that
So out of the
information.
50, it could be 5, 10. or 15?
Either
whatever?
way, Councilman, they're all 100% affordable.
Okay, so let's go to the 80%. How much is that going to be for a studio?
So we'll go to the 60% AMI. For a studio apartment, it'll be $1,479.
Okay, a studio apartment for $1,400. Go ahead.
Correct. And that's based off of a household income of $56,567.
And 80?
I'm sorry?
And 80%?
The 80%, hold on one second. So the 80% would be based off of $71,280. But again, this project is only catering to 30, 50, and 60% AMI.
30,
So
50,
the very low income individuals would meet the criteria.
30, 50, and 60.
Correct.
So at 60, they're paying $1,400 for a studio.
Yes,
Correct?
correct.
$1,400. How much for a one-bedroom at 60?
$1,585,
And a two?
$1,902.
1902. Okay. So here's the point I'm making.
And again, it's based on income.
I understand that. Are the units designated?
They're all affordable, 100% affordable housing.
But are the units
permanently restricted?
Are the units designated 30, 50, 60? So if you have it, she said this project doesn't have 80 percentiles. So if there's a vacancy in a unit that was a 30, but the new the tenant that's incoming, and he doesn't fit within the bracket of that income rate, is he just not eligible for that unit?
No, and well, again, these are things that will have to be worked out with the developer. But for the most part, the
But
rates
all
have
of
been
these things
set.
should be worked out prior to coming to the
But
council asking us.
these are the rates that have been set. This is what I'm sharing with you, what the rental numbers are per unit, based on, again, household income that is set by HUD, which is a federal agency. We don't set that standard. These are federal guidelines that we're following, and that determines how we apply the AMI levels to the units.
So here's the deal, Director, and I'm gonna just be forthcoming. I mean, obviously, I will not be supporting this, right? But here's the reason why. The reason is, when we talk about affordability and what's going on in our community, we know that developers are making a boatload of money, right? I just had the privilege, I would love to invite you the next time. I just had the privilege of meeting Councilman, and everybody here, please Google him. Councilman Charles Barron from Brooklyn. Let me tell you something. My hair is standing up right now under my jacket. What this gentleman did in Brooklyn was absolutely phenomenal. He made sure that every single rent in Brooklyn for one bedrooms was $540. Yes, they came in, and when you look at the AMI in Brooklyn, you would think it's much higher than Paterson, right? But in Brooklyn, this gentleman made sure that the affordability was a reality for his people. There is no way that we can look at.
And I guarantee you it was
I'm
paid
sorry, Director.
largely
I
by
truly respect you, and I don't
from the
talk.
state and federal government.
Director,
You cannot do affordable housing without
Director,
it.
the councilman has the floor.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
No, I said, and it required state and federal subsidies. That's the only way you can do affordable housing.
Of which this gentleman is getting a lot of. It's a fully subsidized building of $110 million.
This is a fully subsidized building. This is 194 units of affordable housing for seniors that does not exist currently within
A
this
developer's
community.
coming in here building a project without putting no money up out of his pocket. He's getting fully subsidized funding from HUD, from HMFA, and he's providing subpar conditions. You may not understand it, but the residents at 13 and a half, when that parking garage was down, they were here every day because they had to walk.
You're making
I'm
an
sorry,
assumption
Director.
that this developer
Director,
does not
I
build
apologize.
quality
Please,
projects.
Director.
Please don't do that. I don't do that to you, Director. Please don't do that. If I have an issue, my issue should be addressed. My concern should be addressed. It shouldn't be a combative moment. This is not a matter of you. It's not your project, but you're pushing this project like it's your own. The developer should be here tonight in front of all the people.
So the developer was asked to be here tonight, and they were here to participate this evening with the presentation. But Council President has requested that they not appear.
the council president doesn't speak for the whole council. And the council president definitely doesn't speak for the whole community either. So if the developer came here and then he was turned away, the item should be removed from the agenda, Council President. I make a motion to remove this thing. First of all, let me finish. First of all, I met with the developer the other day, and he even acknowledges that the parking garage is substandard. It's not up to code because of the tight turns. You can't go in there with large-scale vehicles. Furthermore, my father's 75. He has a car. What's this notion that 55-year-old people don't have cars? 55-year-old people have...
I'm looking at the development project that is right around the
Director,
corner.
the councilman has the floor, Director.
Go ahead.
So there's a motion on the floor
Council
to table.
President.
Is there a second?
Council President, second.
There's a second. Madam Clerk, roll call to table.
Roll call to table item number 31, Councilwoman Cotton.
Director, don't leave.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Turn your mic on.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, to table.
Yes.
My answer is no.
You see?
Ain't no C because, I didn't get a chance to talk anyhow.
Councilwoman
You got to
Davila.
understand because this man may not get no money.
Roll call.
He may not get it. And we may not get it. So we may not get it. That's all I wanted to let you guys know.
Roll call, Madam
because
Clerk.
But that's fine. That's
Thank
fine.
you very much, Madam Clerk, for calling
You
my
heard
name.
what I said. No, I don't need no
Councilwoman Cotton.
rebuttal. I'm saying he may
Councilwoman
not
Cotton.
get this money. And
Thank you.
And right now,
Mr.
right now,
Farage.
all these cities are watching us
Councilwoman.
because they're waiting for the money.
Councilwoman Cotton.
That's fine.
Councilman Cotton.
That's fine.
Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman
Thank you.
Davila.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for calling my name. So, again, before us, the item has been approved already. That item went through the planning board. That item is approved. What's before us is a letter. As Councilwoman Cotton has stated...
1 second,
this-
Councilwoman. Officers, can you bring decorum in the chambers, please? So we can hear. Councilwoman Davila.
As I stated, okay, the item before us, and for all of you, especially for our future leaders that are here, our youngers, the item before us is an item, a letter to support so the entity can go that has already been approved their project to be able to go and request additional funding. That's what's here. And I always say this, you do not have to like my position, right? I stand on my convictions, I vote my conscience, okay? And right now, with this right here, what's before us, I cannot support, I am going to support, and I'm gonna say no to table because we should be. We can't continue to say that we need, but we do nothing about it. Right now, there is something in place that will allow, okay, for an entity that has been already approved a project, all right, to be able to go. As Councilwoman Cotton stated, they may not get the funding. They have to present themselves to her the additional funding.
Right.
That's okay. So where I stand right now, I'm going to allow them to be able to go and present the letter that says the city can support, because they already got the planning approval, okay, to move forward. We have a lot of people that call us every day that need affordable housing. And what I heard today, it's 100% affordable. This is the type of development that I want to see. In addition, I am about growth mode, but I am also about the right development. And right now, the tons of people, the college that I work for, that people just come, I need an apartment, but I need an affordable one. This is gonna be able to help those individuals. So with that said, no to table.
Councilman Jackson.
Woo. Council members, Councilman Jackson has the floor.
I got to invest in the acting class. My acting just isn't up as good as it should be. You know, I got to be able to act like I care and then don't. So It's gotten so bad, right? Where developers now have the nerve to jump on Facebook and say who they're gonna pay or support or who they're gonna put in place for certain things. Affordable 1900, I wish we would have had a report of all the number of evictions that's going on monthly in this community where all this affordable housing is. The eviction level is at an all-time high. You know what else is at an all-time high? The bank accounts of these developers that's getting these deals. The $110 million affordable housing up at Hinchcliffe Stadium that fell apart, that fell apart within the first 2 months of being erected. This is what we're looking for. We're selling the city for peanut butter. We don't even have peanuts. Why are you upset? If you stand on what you standing for, why are you all in my ear about what you're upset about? I don't do that to you. I hold you accountable for your vote, and I'm showing the community. I'm glad we have an opportunity so you guys can see how your representatives are selling you out. Yes. Where's the demand? I apologize, because last week someone handed to me, in Jersey City, when you want to develop in Jersey City, a $100 million project, they hold you accountable. They make you spend 25% of your project in the community. They make you build a school. Matt can validate that. His father sat here, and I'll pull up projects in Jersey City where they make you build a school in collaboration with your project. These guys, you know what they providing you? It's housing for the homies. That's how they look at it. Yeah. Yeah. And at $1,900, when that's affordable, when I'm telling you that a brother in Brooklyn says, nah, you're not coming in here. We sat there, and there's people that went there with me. Mr. Olivares, is that not the case? He said, no, you're not coming in here. He couldn't walk through the community without being stopped. He's 75 years old. He's been out of the council for many, many years. He walked us through and gave us a tour. The community person who's now running the community center that they built under his tenure is making over $200,000 a year. Community people, that's job creation. They keep talking about it's gonna create jobs. Rehabbing a desolate building that just supposedly just got signed off on with the abatement for contamination. Yeah. This is what we're doing to our community. Last week I showed you a comparison, 777 McBride Avenue. Okay. The building they built from ground up, they spent less per unit on that building than these people are spending on this development here. Okay. So listen, you could already see where it's going. It's gonna pass. It's okay. But don't say I didn't tell you. Don't say I didn't tell you about the trailer park. Don't say I didn't tell you about the stadium. Then later on, well, you know, Councilman Jackson, I don't need my name called with a badge of honor on it. No, I want you to do the right thing by our community. Make sure we hold developers accountable. Bring them in before us and say, what do you expect us to allow you to do? Lastly, I'm gonna say this, because the parking thing is a scam. What they did was, went to the parking authority and said, hey, do you have this many available? The parking authority is a for-profit entity, of course. But how many residents are now gonna be standing in line once a month at 5 o'clock in the morning in front of the parking authority, fighting for a monthly parking pass, only to be told that if you don't get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, there's residents that get up at 3 a.m. to go stand in line in front of the parking authority, only to be told when they get there, oh, I'm sorry, we're out of vouchers. When you build a building, when you build a development, the requirement is to provide inclusive parking. Not to charge $1,900 and then send them to the parking authority to pay $75 a month or $150 a month for parking pass. That's not how this works. So, and then they say, oh, It was approved. Yeah, it was. I showed you earlier today on my live. It was approved unanimously before the planning board, which 100% of them are appointed by the mayor. The vice chairperson is the young lady that they put up to run against me, that they put over $100,000 behind because they knew that she would be a rubber stamp yes vote. Of course it was approved there. They're all yes votes, without a question. So listen.
We're roll call.
Well, it's a joke, right? But it's sad. It's not even funny. It's sad. We're leaving nothing for our young people, nothing for them to aspire to. We're allowing developers to turn small portfolios into billion-dollar portfolios. And they're flocking into Paterson. Why? Because they know that everything goes in Paterson. You can do whatever you want in Paterson. You saw on Marion Street, the guy just built another house, no permits. Did the council hold the administration accountable and come in here and say, listen, I want to know what's going on? How's he building? Is he getting a $10,000 a day fine? Which falls under the director's department as well, division as well. And yet, people could do whatever they want to do here. I'm not going to stand still on that. No. I'm going to let you know. I'm going to blow the horn. I'm going to pull the whistle. Whatever I have to do, I'll start the smoke fire while they're going to say, this is only just a letter. Yeah, it's a letter so they can screw us over. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes, the table.
Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think we do need a full presentation and a further conversation as well. At the same time, some of the information that's being spewed. For example, HUD guideline has the rental income to the ratio already set. Yes. There's nothing we could do. If the Councilman Jackson comparing Paterson to Brooklyn, you should follow the councilman of the Brooklyn's lead, and we should do the same thing in city of Paterson. I'll be 100% in support with that. It might be a different program, but if it is the same program, I think before the next meeting, you should get all the paperwork and bring it in the council. I'll be with you 110%. At the same time, I think we do need further conversation with the parking issue and 194 units. And to table it, I'm not saying I'm not going to support this project in the future, but for time being, right now, I'm yes to table this project.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I was waiting for my turn tomorrow time to vote because I was very specific on my request at the last meeting, and this council really deserved. Listen, you know what? Developer and people that come in front of this council with a project, they need to respect this council. That so-called letter of support is a very important letter. And they need that letter to go to the state and ask for that money to build that building. So my vote is extremely important. Our vote is extremely important. It's not a simple letter of support. No, they need that letter to get all the money for the building. And last week, everybody knows that I'm all in full support of affordable housing in our community. We have people getting evicted every single day. I'm getting phone calls left and right every single day, asking for an apartment, asking for help. Now, we have 194 units. Those 194 units, they will impact the downtown area tremendously. I have questions about parking. I start with the parking. Like, you have to explain to me what's going to be the project. That parking lot is not accurate by this project. I know that, but I want to hear from the developer. And I asked them, listen, bring a presentation in front of the council, and let's ask questions, let's debate, and if it's right for Paterson, I will support it. 195 units, they went from 167 to 194. So we don't even get a presentation. There's a lot of questions. We need to know the type of material, the quality of the construction. We need to make sure that they're spending the right amount of money in the city. We got to make sure that our seniors are getting into a good quality apartment. All those are legitimate questions, and we're not getting that answer. I feel bad, Director. I have a lot of respect for you, but I think that that developer should be the one. And I hope this project doesn't pass, honestly. I hope it doesn't pass. I'm all against, and I hope it doesn't pass, because what I want on the next meeting, on the next workshop, there's a projector. That doesn't cost anything to turn it on. The community need to know what type of project is this. We're not talking about a 4-family house. We're not talking about a 20-unit. We're talking about 194 units in the downtown area. So I hope to see this on the next workshop with a PowerPoint presentation and an open discussion from the community, from this council. That's what I hope to see. So my vote is yes to table it.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Omar,
My vote is yes to table.
your vote is yes. Councilman? Councilman Omar?
He said yes.
Yes, thank you. Councilman Newton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So one more time, let me repeat. I am in 100% favor of development, not overdevelopment. And when we are talking about the particular project, and I stated earlier, Madam Clerk, Madam Director, that we are not just thinking about 194 affordable units and future residents of those units. We are speaking about the retail that you are offering, the projects that come in for performing arts, and those people are not going to park on the street. Just know that they are making the other resident at large in the city of Paterson not affordable. Let me tell you how. Do you know how many people pay for their parking? There are so many residents in our city that pay for their parking every day because there is no street parking available. And now when we are welcoming certain projects, it's really not the problem for this particular project, but for the entire city of Paterson. It's not just only parking issue. But Director, one thing, and with due respect, I want to state something, and I never stated earlier before, ever. You are the voice for the city of Paterson and for all of us. You are not the representative for the owner of this project. You cannot stand for them or talk on behalf of them. It does not state who gave you job. The owner who is investing in our city, that big project, they should come here in front of the council and speak about how this is something going to benefit us or not. That's what we expect, and that's what people of the city of Paterson expect from you and the owner of the project. With that being said, I'd like to see more clear presentation, which is going to not only give us information, but give the resident of the city of Paterson information about such a large project. With that being said, I'm waiting for a better future. My vote is yes to table it.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
So, Director Delaney, thank you for lobbying and presenting for the company. You tried to do your best job to present it. Watch the last meeting that we had last week regarding this item and compare it today. Let me remind this council, Governor Towers came to the council to request an extension of 30 years tax abatement. And I'm going to talk about my ward. Governor Towers is 100% senior building, and they was denied from this council to renew that pilot. What happened? We challenged the developer and the owners of Governor Towers to invest in Governor Towers, and they did so. Go and watch with their own money. They didn't raise the rent. They follow HUD guidelines, and we have resident happy, senior resident happy they are living. Regarding the parking authority, every developer probably that goes and asks for a letter of support use the parking authority as a backup. This administration has asked the council to give letter of support for cannabis and have been a failure. Letter of support for housing need, and I could go back and probably ask those individuals that constructed with that type of letter and got funding by the state, that probably 100% of the project is not affordable housing. They market rate. The parking authority do not open at nighttime. Have you seen the garage open at nighttime? They close it at 8 o'clock. Sir, you're not the authority to talk about in behalf of the parking authority. Parking authority do not open, they're parking at nighttime. They don't open the parking after hours. And the other thing is, if they use the letter of the parking authority, the parking is not free. Why I say they use the parking authority letter for parking, and I want to request to the administration and to the parking authority to give me a report of how many taxi company use those letter to justify parking for their taxi, and the taxis are parking outside the streets. How many letter of support they get from the parking authority to park limos because they need our license approved, and they say they park in parking authority. How many letters they give or letter of support a contract for trucking company, and then you see the truck park and I will see over time or after hours. Letter of support means a lot for me. If I see that after the projects come to completion, that the project is 100% affordable or low income. If I ask the developer what is the minimum and the max of income to be able to live there, trust me, one person is $35,000 up income. And probably two person is going to be more, 2 bedrooms or whatever. So once again, it's disrespectful for this council. I'm not the zoning board, I'm not the planning board, but we should have a respect to bring it in front of us and guarantee us that this was going to be 100% affordable, and then probably we're going to move forward. But now after they take the letter, and then after they take the money, then they say, I spent $100 million on a project, we need to get the investment back and the revenue back. Last but not least, I am 58 years old and I have 3 cars. My vote is no. Yes to table, sorry, yes to table.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
So, Madam Clerk, we will do, right after this, we will. Madam Clerk, this item 31 and 32, we will put them on for December the 9th, the workshop, and at that workshop, we'll have a more robust discussion.
Good.
On the 31st, and item 31 and 32, Madam Clerk.
Yes, thank you.
And my vote is no.
Thank you. Okay.
Madam
Thank you,
Clerk,
Director.
We're in the middle of roll call.
Madam Clerk,
We're in the
The
middle of roll
votes-
call.
before you call the roll, I just wanted to readdress my vote. Only to say this to both Councilman Udine and Councilman Velez. By no means, and to everybody in the public, by no means was it meant to miscategorize the director. She is the Economic Development Director. It is her job to bring items forward on behalf of the administration. I did not, and I didn't like the way Councilman Udine categorized that as if she was lobbying for them. It is her job to present it. It is within our purview to make sure that the owner, not the attorneys, the owners are here before us. So I just want to put that on record. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. The votes are 6 in favor to table, 3 against. Item number 31 and 32 are both tabled to the
Yes.
workshop
Thank you.
session of December
Council
9th.
President,
Councilman,
Council
Madam
President.
Clerk, Madam Clerk,
Council President,
Madam Clerk,
Council President,
Madam Clerk,
just point of order, Council
Madam
President.
Clerk, we are going to vote on item 1, and that is why our young people are here. We've been working on this item for 2.5 years. Item number 1, Madam Clerk, as our youth are standing. Item number 1, Madam Clerk.
Item number 1.
Council President.
Item number 1, Madam Clerk, could you read it into
Item
record?
number 1 is an ordinance creating Chapter 421, Article 3 of the Paterson Code to be entitled Smoke Shops and Tobacco Stores, sponsored by Council President Dr. Lalisa Mims and Council Vice President Maritza Davila, co-sponsored by Councilman M.D. Ford Uden, Councilman Luis Velez, Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, and Councilman Alex Mendez, Health and Human Services.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Council
Discussion.
President Mims and Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman
Discussion.
Mendez. Discussion, Councilman Uden.
Jackson was
Jackson. and
Thank you, Council
Jackson.
President.
And me.
All right, thank you, Council President.
Jackson.
I wish that you present this item after the public portion to give the public a chance to just state their voice. Since they will speak, and this is a first reading, let me just state on the behalf of the resident that came here. First of all, thank you very much, everyone that came here, and it shows that how much you care about health, how much you care about the safety of our resident, and particularly for our youth. And over past over a year, the resident, particularly the youth, the students from different schools and colleges from our city just came here, shared their experiences, their concern about e-cigarettes retailers, vape products, growing smoke shops on our school areas, and they came back again today. And it means that not only the resident or adults care about the children of our city, they know the growing problem that our residents, our youth are facing every day. Now, before I state, I'm proud to stand by the organization. They are working hard for the last over a year. I'd like to thank COPE from Montclair University. I'd like to thank Municipal Alliance and Sankofa, Mr. Smallwood. I'd like to thank AFOFA Club. I'd like to thank parents and community members. And I definitely, after the public portion, I'll mention all the participants, all the youth that came up to make your voice heard. So I'm grateful and thankful to all of you. Just know this, that you are the future of the city of Paterson. Paterson will be in the right direction one day you will come to the leadership. And this is what my belief today and every day. And this is what I'm empowering our youth that have to participate in our city's business. And when we make the decision, we have to think that our decision is impacting your future, Paterson's future. Now, one thing I particularly state, and you will hear from the resident that came here. And first of all, after working that hard, I was honored to become the co-sponsored. I don't care about the title, but I'm happy that it came. It's moving forward. That's important to me. Now, with that ordinance, there's some key factors that completely missing, which I like to see is adding, because the reason of this ordinance is not to making resident happy, but also showing the impact, the positive impact that it will bring by this ordinance. This ordinance is completely missing few things, and I like to see this adding before we move forward with this. It's missing, the number one is a limit of the retail licenses. It's missing zoning protections where it can or cannot be taken place. Shop license transfer process. That's another thing should be mentioned. Clarify the enforcement and use this license fee which is mentioned, but again, this is not articulated on the ordinance. Before we move forward, I would love to see that you hear from our residents, particularly from our youth. They have school tomorrow morning. However, they made time, their parents made time to make sure they're here, and they made it concern. We are not speaking about second-hand experience. We're talking about first-hand experience from the children. They see every day how our youth getting those fatal products in their hands. So is it possible whether to table it at these products, at these missing things on this ordinance, or wait for the public portion to be over so that we can have some idea that what our residents think would be better? So I'm just putting on the floor, and I believe that my council colleagues will be mindful enough that we are serving our city. And we are not here just playing games or taking side on this kind of things, but this is something they are pushing for our children. So, Madam President, is it possible to introduce this item after the public portion would be greatly appreciated, and also I would recommend it then after that, after the public portion will decide whether it should be tabled or should move forward.
Council President.
So let me just, right before you, Councilman Jackson, so let me just state this. First, thank you to our youth. And let me be clear, we've been working on this resolution since 2019. This just did not start today. We're grateful that Councilman Udine came on after he just got elected in 2022. He was not a part of the initial discussions. He did provide some information which was specific only to vaping. That was the language. We chose to make it inclusive of everything. There are many things that are in the language, and I want you to get a copy of it, that talks about there's not going to be any more smoke shops allowed. There's different parameters in this, and then there's a clause as it relates to zoning, and I'm going to let Corporation Counsel speak to why we can't add zoning at this point. We can add it later, but there's a rationale behind why we could not do it now. I'm going to let Corporation Counsel, but let me say this. Two things. One, it will be a decision by the council, but if we said let's table it and let all the youth speak, it's not just youth on the public portion. There's 30+ speakers. So you would have to go through all the speakers. They would still have to wait. They would have to wait, and then we would have to vote, right? And we want the youth, because they're saying the youth want to go home, correct? So we want to make sure that this item, which has been worked on, Smallwood, you know we've been in constant communication in regards to all of the stuff that's going on. It's been approved. We have our health inspector. We made sure that there are parameters around it, especially the request. So I don't believe it should be tabled, because if we table this item and we don't do it tonight, it goes now into December and then January, and it will not be in effect till February. If it's approved tonight, then it will be approved. After tonight, it will be approved in January. Upon approval, there will be a public hearing, and it will go into effect in February, in December. So by January. So this is November, December second reading, January it goes into effect. So that's why I'm not recommending that we table it, because I know you're saying no, and I'm going to follow your lead.
That's fine.
I don't believe it should be tabled. Councilman Jackson.
Amendment.
Thank you, Council President. So I understand Councilman Udine's point, but Councilman, remember this is required to have a second vote, which is then required to have a public hearing, of which, you know, all of the young people, and I encourage all of you, and I know that your night may have been a little bit long, but guess what? It's an educational process that's much needed. You guys need to understand who's making decisions in your community, why people are making decisions in your community, and why certain things are the way they are. So I'm glad that you guys had an opportunity to see that. Now, I'll just say this, Corporation Counsel, there was a letter that was sent to everybody with regard to how the handling of certain provisions by a law firm that addressed this matter from a state statute perspective. Now, let's be clear.
Councilman Udine, Councilman Jackson is referencing the Corporation Counsel.
Let's be clear. Although I'm in full support of this item, I am not in support of the way it's drafted. I'm not in support of the health department doing enforcement on items that are related to having influences of drugs. We often know, and the director accused me of taking it personal. Yes, I'm the only business owner in the history of the city that the health department decided to come after 2 o'clock in the morning during a night inspection. So they're very selective in their process of doing enforcement. We all know that there's some establishments that have hookah openly being utilized and other establishments that's being targeted. The health department does not have the experience and the trust, furthermore, to be able to outline this level of enforcement. When it comes to cannabis and anything that has to do with drug-related issues, Corporation Counsel, I need to have this thing reviewed, whether or not PD should have an involvement.
They do.
And I spoke to them, and I was told that they did not. They did not have an involvement of whether or not, if there's going to be, because if they go into an establishment and find an illegal substance, how are they doing the testing? Is it being sent to a lab? Is it being a field test? Because field tests don't detect the level of THC in certain products. So if we're going to do this, we got to make sure it's done properly. We got to make sure the enforcement is done properly. The health department, in my opinion, the city's engulfed and overrun with rats, and the director said we don't have a rat problem. We're going to have a problem with certain businesses are being selectively enforced. We need to have the PD involved in this, and that needs to be written in this legislation. No, I can move forward, and we can make the amendments moving forward before we take the second vote, tier vote, to make sure that PD is included on enforcement.
Councilwoman Davila.
So, Councilman Jackson, as you are aware, and I know that you see in the news that Paterson Police numerous times has gone out to some of these smoke shops, and they have found illegal substances being sold, okay, and they've been confiscated. But I have to say something about our inspector, who is the credentialed individual who is able to go out there, and I agree that Paterson Police has to be part of it, right? You talking to me? But with the health department. They are the credentialed individuals that are able to go out.
He's not credentialed to do drug enforcement. Yeah. He's not credentialed to do drug enforcement.
I didn't say that. You mentioned certain things about levels.
But remember, and I apologize, please allow me one moment. We also have a large segment of our community that's been targeted and falsely charged. We just went through this whole legalizing marijuana so that we can expunge everybody's records, and now we're going to have the health department, who doesn't have that kind of experience in enforcing drug-related items. We should have the PD involved.
But Councilman, and I had the floor, and let me just complete my statement. Cannabis is not to be sold in these smoke shops. They're not approved. So even with Paterson Police, you can't sell. I'm not saying, please,
to the
audience, respectfully, please. What I'm saying is some of them are doing it and they're being caught. I mean, just, and we have police officers here that know that when narcotics have gone out there, they've been able to confiscate, close down, right? This ordinance is going to also support, and I would love to allow the inspector that's here, because you know what, this item, like it was stated, you know, there's, and I congratulate every young person here, and to the MAP and right, no, I wanted to just talk your programs, right, that are under the Health and Human Services Department, right? You know that this is something that all of you have been working on, right? I've been here since 2014. This started, there's emails to show Councilman Velez pushing this, all of us. So this is a collective work here today. I am looking forward to moving forward. This has to stop. We are not allowing any more smoke shops. If Prospect Park could do it, Elmwood Park could do it, surrounding towns can say no more, Paterson's no more. What we can't do is shut them down, because legally speaking, those individuals would have to be grandfathered in. And in terms of zoning, we have the head of our zoning inspector who is licensed, right? There's some legalities there that we have to be careful. The city could be sued as well. All right, so I want us to move forward, okay? And I think because the youth is here, we should take action in our first reading, and definitely I will be bringing this back up with our Paterson Police Department, which, by the way, they are aware because we had a Public Safety Committee meeting where we discussed some of this stuff, but and they understood it has to also go first through the Department of Health and Human Services.
Council
Council
President.
President.
So with that
Councilman
said, if we
Mendez.
could please, after your statement,
Councilman
if we could at
Mendez.
least, so that then the
So,
students.
so
I
one,
think-
so
Thank you very
before,
much.
If I-
one second, before
Go.
Councilman Mendez speaks, because I want to respect, the parents are here with their children, right? And so after Councilman Mendez speaks, I would like us to move forward and vote, because we know that you're ready for this to happen. We're doing this because all of us, we're in the city, we've heard the complaint, it is time to move forward. That is what you've requested, right, Mom? That's what you requested, students. After Councilman Mendez speaks, we're going to vote yes and or no, because we've had a big discussion last week. So right after Councilman Mendez, because I want our youth, they want to say to speak later, they can, but I want us to have him have his statement, but I want us to vote so our young people, if they choose not to say, they can go home and rest up for school tomorrow.
Sure.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Council President. I think that, and I want to thank my council colleague for the great effort on this project. I think we're ready to go. My biggest concern was to put a cap and stop a smoke shop to be opening in every corner in the city of Paterson. Paterson, it's only 8 square miles, and we have a smoke shop in every corner. Enough is enough. There's no perfect legislation. Every legislation has room for improvement, but this is the great start because we're going to put a stop on all those new smoke shops, and I think I'm ready to vote on this. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk. There are no more smoke shops in this resolution. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 1 for first reading. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilwoman Davila?
Before I vote quickly, page 7, 421-16. It speaks on enforcement and penalties. I'm going to read this real quick. A, this ordinance will be enforced by the City of Paterson health officer, registered environmental health specialist, or other designee, and can also be enforced by the Paterson Police Department. Those are all the individuals that are going to be able to enforce this. All right. I am happy that you are all here. Let me tell you, it is your choice, right, as an adult, but it is not your choice as someone young that is able to walk into one of these smoke shops and be able, and this is not just for smoke shops, this is for bodegas who also sell, okay, those vapes that are flavored, that, by the way, in the state of New Jersey are illegal. So they shouldn't have them anyway. So the enforcement is coming. Thank you so much for standing here. To the parents, to the organizers, to directors, to everyone. My vote is yes on first reading.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll be very brief. What excites me most is the fact that you guys are participating in this process. It took me many, many years after I've been mistreated to be cognizant of what's going on here. I'm happy that all of you guys have allowed them to stay, allowed them to learn and watch, because this is where I think that the most important decisions that in our community are made. So when you want something to happen, this is how you do, this is how you come forward, you rally, and you fight for the things that you want, and make sure that people here support the things that you want in your community. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There is no perfect legislation. At least this is a start. In future, if we need to, we could amend it and bring it back. I'm glad all the young generation are participating in this legislation. My vote is definitely yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Omar?
Before I do vote, I want to thank the public and the youth for coming out, and also my council colleagues who have worked on this for a few years, 2.5 years. Councilman Davila, Councilman Mims, and of course, Councilman Farid Udine. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as I do agree that it's a very beginning step, however, I'd like to mention a few things. Yes, there is a cap for the smoke shops. There is no cap mentioned for vape or e-cigarette retailers. That I would definitely send an email tomorrow morning, mentioning that we need cap on those items as well. We cannot see growing retailers that selling those products by our schools or houses of worship or parks. So I understand that we can do amendment before the second reading, and I had conversation with the Corporation Council. I'm going to send email tomorrow morning with that request. But before I vote, I have to give shout out to all of you. The names I have received, and if I don't mention your name, forgive me, but just know this. Because of your participation, I'm not talking about this particular ordinance, we talk about other things that's happening in our city. And you energize me every single day, our youth. I am very optimistic that Paterson will be in the right direction because our youth are involved. And just know this, just now, with our team, over 80 volunteers involved in different occasions. I'm grateful to every single one of you. Let me mention the names before I vote. I have to mention Adriana Herrera Johnson from Partnership for Success. Mr. Smallwood and your organizations, grateful. Mr. Wilson, Sister Tonia, Javon Jones, Jahila Krum, Haley Cameron, Carla Almonte, Akia Smith, Amri Kari, Ariana Andupsi, Asia Brooks, Alexander Grant, Kalani Kosti, Nazaya Richardson, who else mentioned? Sakib, Razin Rafshan, who else? Vanessa, and everyone else. Arham, I'm grateful to every single one of you. Just know this. I am telling you today, you are the future of the city of Paterson. Paterson is not going to change with the hands of us. Paterson will be in the right direction with your hands. With that expectation and waiting for better tomorrow, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
I want to thank the council, the knowledge that we've been working this since 2019 and that is coming to completion soon in the city of Paterson. Let me say this to the youth out there. Thank you for showing up. But as Councilman Khalid said, not all legislation or law are perfect. But one thing is going to be good from that side. You are the voice of those youth to orientate them, to let them know what the law says, and to let them know that you step forward what is right for your health, for your education, and moving forward to have a safer city. Now, we need to make sure that we send the right message. This is not attacking no business owner or any establishment in the city of Paterson. This is putting law and order. I read the ordinance, how it came back with some recommendation. We still have to put more teeth on it, like hours of operation for smoke shops, the restriction of zoning. But that, as Corporation Council stated the last time, that's another department like the zoning board needs to look into that. Thank you to the finest health director, health inspectors, chief inspectors, and to all the health department employees that daily go out there and try to bring safety to our community in inspecting food item or whatever. So saying that, congratulations, this is a first reading. One thing I gotta say, I wanna see you in the second reading. Please, please, I wanna see you in the second reading too. Smallwood, you've been doing a great job, not from now, from way back. From way back. All the time. And let me say this. I could attest and say that he's been doing this not for now. He's been doing this for the longest, working every day without use. And the parents out there, say thank you for those coaches. Say thank you to those coaches. Saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman.
So I don't,
Council President?
thank you, Madam Clerk. So I don't have to talk long because we've been working on this for 2.5 years. Mr. Smallwood, Mr. Wilson, and all the individuals that worked on this, Mama Rivers, all the people that are here. So I just want to say that tonight, once this is approved, I'm going to be clear. Once we move forward to second reading, if any council person on the floor tries to amend it, they will set your ordinance back. There's no amendment. Tonight we're voting in December when we come back on December 12th, I believe is the voting date on the 12th. On that date, it will be second reading and it will be immediately public portion. You will sign, I will ask, are there any people here in regards to this item? We will do the item early, and at that time, your youth can speak. But this item is where it needs to be at this point. You've asked for it. We are here. I'm glad to support it. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to our youth.
Thank you.
And yes to our community.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 1 is adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the regular meeting of December 16th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President.
Item number 2, Madam Clerk, and then we're going to... Item number 2, Madam Clerk, and then we're going into public portion. Item number 2.
One second. Where's number 2? Where's number 2? Where's number 2?
Now, you should go to public portion. Should go to public portion now.
Item number 2, Madam Clerk.
Item number 2 is an ordinance establishing all-way stop control at the intersection of Cumberland Avenue and Crosby Avenue and Cumberland Avenue and Chamberlain Avenue. Public Works, first reading ordinance.
So move.
Moved by Councilman
Second.
Khalid, second by Councilman Davila and Mendez. Roll call on item number 2, Madam Clerk.
Mendez.
Roll call on item number 2. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Pat Hillis, if you are watching, your request has finally come to us. After so many months, actually more than since you moved to the second ward, to that area, you've been requesting this. I'm happy that it's here in first reading. Councilman Kalik, I know she reached out, she spoke to you many times. Thank you to Councilwoman Cotton and the DPW committee and Director Rodriguez. I know you got numerous calls on this, all right? My vote is yes on the first reading.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
Cumberland Avenue, second ward. This is not just for the resident of she was lobbying for, it's for all residents to obey the stop sign. Just kidding. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are
Item 34, Madam Clerk.
votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 2 is adopted on
Item 34, Madam Clerk.
first reading.
No, item
Second.
34. 34.
I'm sorry, I didn't finish. Okay, second reading will be held December the 16th. Thank you.
Item 34.
Item 34. Item 34 is a resolution authorizing the renewal of a contract with Envirocon LLC for the general and emergency maintenance, repairs, and installation of services on all HVAC systems in all City of Paterson buildings. Bid number 25.01 for the
moved.
Department of Public Works. Public Works Resolution number 25:566.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila and Kalik. Roll call on 34, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 34 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman
Yes.
Udine. Councilman Velez. Yes. Council President.
Yes.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 34 is hereby adopted.
Item 35, Madam Clerk.
Yeah.
Item number 35 is a resolution authorizing the renewal of a contract with Nando's Grand Hardware LLC, formerly TG Neal Grand Hardware, for purchase and delivery of hardware supplies for bid number 25.04 for the City of Paterson Public Works, Resolution number 25:567.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Davila and Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on 35.
Roll call on item number 35 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 35 is hereby adopted. Public portion? Okay.
Item was approved, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, the public portion, Madam Clerk, we have
20 speakers.
20 speakers?
Yes.
Okay. First speaker, Madam Clerk?
The first speaker is Ms. Kamisha Rogers-Jones. Please state your name and address.
Good afternoon, good evening. Can you hear me? That's the time. Good evening, everyone. Kamisha Rogers-Jones, 4th Ward, Paterson, New Jersey. I'm not going to be before you long. I'm just here to encourage the community to continue to speak up and speak out and ask the hard questions. I wanted to say to the council members, I hear you guys say a lot that you're following your personal convictions, and I want to remind you that you're here to do the business of the people. You're here to voice the interests of the people, and so when it comes to your convictions, the people's needs, the people's wants have to trump that. And so we have to remember that we're not here for ourselves. You're representing the people. And so you might want to dial that back a little, because a lot of the times when we talk about our personal convictions, we're being very subjective about our own emotions and not considering the cries of the people. You hear the people. You hear what they're saying. They're telling you no to many things. And we'll hear things like, well, I'm going to vote my convictions. Then this might not be the job for you. And you might want to consider that, because it's not about you. It's about the people who voted you in. We voted you in to be our voice, not for you to sit there and talk about what you feel, what you want, what I believe. I don't care what you believe. I'm telling you what I need. And I elected you as my voice. And if you cannot do that, then it may be time for you to sit down. It may be time for you to pass that on to someone else who can separate their personal feelings, their personal connections, and represent the people. That's why you're here. You're the voice of the people. Councilwoman Cotton, 4th Ward, you're the voice of the people of the 4th Ward. At large, you're the voice of the whole city. It's not about you. And so I want to encourage you maybe to just rethink why you're here, all right? And who put you here, because that's who you're representing. And to the community, continue to ask the hard questions, hold them to the fire, because they work for you. And remember, if they're not working the way you want them to do, you can fire them. And how do we fire them? We elect someone new. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, the next speaker is William Smallwood. Please state your name and address.
He left, Madam Clerk.
Oh, okay. Next speaker is Tanae Joyner. Okay. The next speaker is A. Robertson. Robertson? Please state your name and address.
Hey, Robertson, good evening. On West Broadway, going to talk about the used car lots. On West Broadway, in a 2-block radius, this is what we have. West Broadway and Totowa Ave, we have Class Auto Trade. Right behind it, we have Drive Smart Autos, Target Auto Sales. Metlock Street in West Broadway, we have Prestige Auto Gallery, Brothers and Son Auto Repair. Rowell Ave and West Broadway, we have DeBella Auto Group, Max Auto Sales. That's a problem. Within a 2-block radius, we have these used car lots. My question would be, are they paying taxes on the property? Are they selling these cars? Are they used for funds? Okay, we have one dispensary in Paterson. Okay, so we need to question the proximities of all of these auto used car lots. Also, taxi enforcement, okay? We have multiple taxis out there. We need to be looking at the taxis, the telephone numbers, how many taxi companies we have out there. There's too many of them out there, Ms. Mims. I shot you a picture just tonight. That picture that I shot you tonight was from yesterday morning at about 7:23 a.m. Those cars, taxis, should not be parked on Main coming off of Market Street when we have New Jersey Transit bus swinging around the corner. We are a desert, we are a food desert, and we don't even have supermarkets in our city. We're the Whole Foods, we're the ShopRites. The moratorium, Mr. Jackson, at the workshop last week, you talked about 13.5 Van Houten Street. I know someone who was a victim of the hideous actions that went on down there with the knocking down of the parking lot for the development of the seniors, the hideous conditions. You talked about that when the property owners got the property, they promised, stuff to the Patersonians, okay, with policing in the building. Well, we know that didn't happen. My question is, how many moratoriums are we going to get? How come we don't have enforcers for those provisions when those developers or owners are making these promises to the city? We need to do better. Where's our city enforcers in City Hall to go look at these sites when they are making promissory notes to our residents? Recycling. How much funds are we making from the recycling? The e-bikes, the EMS vehicles. Instead of having bike lanes, we need to have EMS lanes. Tonight, I witnessed EMS at about 5 o'clock this evening on Memorial Drive. They couldn't even get through. What if that was an EMS vehicle coming to rescue your family members? We need to look at that there. Other cities are talking about e-bikes, the safety of them, the speed limits of them. Paterson need to do the same thing. The homeless population, they are eroding our streets. They're walking in the streets. I have to watch out for them. They don't have to watch out for me. We need to do something about that. Preakness Ave and Chamberlain Ave, that's talk about the development that just went up there on that corner, a 3-family dwelling that was a 1-family house at one time. Police enforcement, we don't have that. We need that. Movies, we just had a shoot last week. What is the proceeds coming from the shoots to the city?
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Dr. Fields. Please state your name and address. Thank you.
Dr. Fields. Good evening, everybody. Let's be very clear. Marissa Davila, I'm here to address your recent conduct on social media, more specifically regarding your attempt to silence or discourage Darlene Morris, G. Greer, and Kamisha Rogers-Jones, and any other community resident that opposed your opinion from exercising their right to free speech on the Facebook platform. I need you to know and understand that you do not get to pick and choose which voices deserve to be heard in this city. That's not leadership. That's an abuse of power dressed up as authority, which makes you a coward. Paterson will always be a city built on grit, diversity, and straightforward raw talk. Folks up in here will never back down from speaking truth to power, and we absolutely don't take kindly to being bullied into silence by any of you, ever. When a council member tries to shut down public opinion online, it doesn't just look bad. It's deeply indecorous, unsettling, and beneath the dignity of the office you represent. I mean, let's just call it what it is. It's a public embarrassment. Imagine the shame of watching you online back and forth trying to muzzle a resident in plain view of the community. This shows so much poor judgment, poor ethics, and even poorer leadership. You can't lead me anywhere acting like an immature child. I'm so sorry to tell you that the First Amendment isn't optional. It's the foundation of democracy. You swore an oath to uphold it, so uphold it. You can't turn around and decide to weaponize your position against the very people who elected you. I'm tired of the bullying coming from this council. Paterson needs real leaders who can handle criticism and not crumble under it. I must say it's outrageous enough that our meetings drop from weekly to twice a month. Our time to speak individually is but a mere 3 minutes, yet the free spaces where one can go and speak openly about anything is now under attack. I know no one is perfect, but I'm still wondering what possessed you to behave this way, because your bullying behavior was very unbecoming and extremely telling to all in observance. Your behavior, as documented, was unprofessional, unproductive, and wholly inconsistent with the standards expected of an elected public official. As a council member, you are entrusted to represent and respect the voices of all constituents, not to intimidate, silence, or suppress them. Such actions are not only unseemly and ethically questionable, but they are also undermining our public's trust in the integrity and fairness of our local government. The First Amendment guarantees all citizens the right to speak freely on matters of public concern, including performance and behavior of elected officials. Any attempt directly or indirectly to infringe upon that right is unacceptable and contrary to both the spirit and the letter of our democratic principles. Furthermore, your actions have created unsettling, divisive environments within the community time and time again, continuously eroding the confidence in this community. I'll rest it here, but you have to do better. That was like really, really embarrassing to see you go back and forth.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Eddie Olivares. Please state your name and address.
Paterson. Before I start, Ms. Rogers, congrats. That was a powerful delivery. Thank you. Those words, very powerful. Thank you. Oh, there we go. I am going to, well, let me then say it again. Thank you, Ms. Rogers, for those powerful words. Now I am going to look directly at the camera because I am going to talk to the people that watch these meetings. According to what I've heard, there's 30,000 of you. Let me tell you, you have an awful lot of power. And let me tell you that you can decide who sits on these seats and who becomes mayor of our city. And I am asking you, please help us. It's very simple. I'm not asking you, and in fact, let me stress this. You have more power than the people that finance the campaigns for these people. You have a lot more power. They can invest hundreds of thousands of dollars on these people, and they usually do, and you can tell them no, thank you, and you win every time. I'm not asking you for a dime. I'm not asking you for anything. I am asking you, support me. I am better than the candidates that are coming up in 2026. I am better than all three of them. When I was on the Board of Education, my wife asked me to get her a job, to speak to the superintendent and get her a job in the school system. I said, absolutely not. I will not put you above the people of Paterson. Are you asking me to act like these people? You're asking the wrong person. The answer is no. If you look at Councilman Luis Velez, the first thing he does when he brings his wife to this country, he gets her a job. Marisa David, I don't know. You give her 10 positions, and all 10 of them, they're not going to go to you. They're not going to go to you, people watching. They're not going to go to your kids. They're not going to go to your brothers and sisters. They're not going to go to your nephews. They're going to go to her family. Same thing with Mims. Alex Mendez got a job for his son. in the city of Paterson. 20-year-old kid got him a job. You think he really put in an application like your kids would have to do? No. He spoke to someone in the administration and they got him a job. Do better. Help us get rid of these people. Help us put Michael Jackson in the mayor's seat. All in the 3 minutes, Mr. Jackson. This is good.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, the next speaker is Herman Irving. Please state your name and address. Thank you.
Good evening, brother. Good to see you.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Herman Irving, 14th Avenue in Paterson. I'm a proud Muslim, a father of 2 beautiful girls, PTO president of MLK School 30, a member of Bronze Heat, and for the past 19 years, I've had the honor of serving this city as a firefighter and EMT. On December 25, 2023, my life changed forever. That day I responded to a call, something I've done countless times before. But this time the result left me with seizures and I got diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. Since then, I've done everything in my power to recover and return to duty. But because of my seizures, I'm unable to come back to full capacity. I met with personnel countless times, asking to be reassigned to find another position, because at that point in time, I only had 15 months left until retirement. But I was told there was nothing that they can do and that their hands were tied. My only option was to be given 40% of my pension without health insurance for me or my 2 daughters. One of my daughters depends on the insurance for her physical and mental health. When this happened, I filed for workers' compensation because it was my legal right. The law clearly states that I have 2 years to file for an injury sustained on the job. But instead of support, I was met with resistance, with the comp lawyer asking my lawyer, why did he wait so late to file? Now with just 6 months left until I retire, I've been suspended without pay, and I'm being pressured to resign while my workers' comp claim is still active. And to make matters worse, the city wants me to give them money back. It's not about policy. This is about fairness, compassion, and how we treat people who protect this city. Other firefighters before me that had situations similar or greater were allowed to retire with dignity and with their benefits intact. So I ask you, why not me? What makes me different? Why am I not afforded the same respect and consideration as those before me? To the members of this council, I'm reaching out to you personally. I'm asking for your support. Not just for me, but for every first responder who gives their life in this city. We dedicate our time, our health, and our lives to these great citizens in Paterson. And when we retire, many of us don't even get a chance to live long enough to enjoy it. Statistics show the survival rate of a firefighter after retirement is only 5 to 7 years due to the things that we consume or the things that's absorbed into our bodies. Just give me 1 minute, please. All I'm asking is for a chance to finish my career with dignity, to retire with my benefits like those before me. To Mayor Andre Sayer, you were once my college professor at William Paterson University, and at one point in time, you told people I was a good personal friend. Well, I'm asking you, man to man, public servant to public servant, give me the opportunity that you granted others. The same compassion, the same fairness, the same justice. Because right now, it feels like the only difference between me and those who came before me is the color of my skin. I've given my heart, my health, and nearly two decades to this city. I've lived the dream of being a firefighter, something that I wanted to do since I was in kindergarten, but now that dream has become a nightmare. But I will not go quietly. I'm here to be heard, not just for me, but for every first responder who works in this city, everybody who will walk the same path as me. All I ask for you to do is to stand on the side that's right, stand on the side that's fairness, and remember this, Those who protect Paterson deserve to be protected too. Thank you.
Thank you. Corporation Counsel, could you please speak to him? Next speaker, Madam Clerk. We're going to have Corporation Counsel speak to you, Herman.
Next speaker is Farah Irving. Please state your name.
So I
and
just want to
address.
put it on the record, 2 weeks ago, she asked for an additional 1 minute, and she was allotted the extra minute.
Thank you, Madam Council President. Farah Irving, 14th Avenue. I am Herman's sister. I also served as the Corporation Counsel for 18 long months in this city. I never thought I would be back here almost 5 years later for this. I want you all to imagine that call that we received on December 25th, 2023, with my brother telling us, don't go home. Don't go home because I'm covered in blood and I do not want my daughters to see me. Stay where you are. I'm going to go home, take a shower, and I'll tell you when you can go home. That day began his nightmare. On December 26th, he began to have his first dissociative episode. On December 27th, he had his first seizure. I am his workers' comp attorney. And I was asked why I waited a year to file workers' compensation. I'll tell you why. We didn't know where the seizures were coming from, and we didn't know why. We had no family history of seizures at all. Even though we had no family history, of course we're going to run every test, figure out what's going on, because he was not allowed to drive his own vehicle. And anecdotally, members of the fire department's second floor administration have said, Herman doesn't really have seizures. However, I ask you, please look in your log books from early January 2024 when you received the call to my home, because he was in, my mother was driving the vehicle, my brother was in it and began to seize with his then 7- and 5-year-old daughters in the back of the car. When he began to seize, his daughters were hysterical. My husband pulled them in the house, my mother stayed with Herman in the car, and Paterson Fire came, and they were amazing. And because they were his brothers in service, they took him to the hospital that had his records, Hackensack. They did not take him to a hospital in Paterson. And you know, if he wasn't having seizures, why would they take him there? Makes you think, right? Because he's not having seizures. Because Herman's faking. But here's what I will tell you. I am only his workers' compensation attorney. And there's a question as to whether or not that is true. What I will tell you is this. There is a CP number. My last court date was October 1st, 2025. I entered interrogatories from the attorney but 7 days ago. So if there's no workers' compensation claim, why am I doing that? I will also say this. I am entirely risking my entire career by standing here. What I am doing tonight is against what I am supposed to do for my very job. Tomorrow morning, I may not have one. But it is that important that I am here tonight because my brother and other members who are first responders are fighting every day to live and breathe for not only themselves, but their children. Yet, this fire department, and I cannot speak about the police department because I do not know, but I know what this fire department has done to my brother. I know that this man cannot sleep. I know the amount of pills that he takes every day to prevent the seizures from coming. I know that he went and asked, is there any light duty I can do just to get me to the end for my babies? He has a 9- and 6-year-old daughter. And he's got to now think about what's going to happen to my kids. Now, let's be real. My nieces are always going to be good. I don't care what I got to do. My babies are going to be fine. But what about the other people who don't have people to support them? What about the other people who every day see what he has seen? And let's also ask a question. Why, when he was covered in blood, was he sent home? Why was he not given some type of mental health intervention? Does the city not see its complicity in these issues? I beg you, counsel, think about these issues. And you know, when I sat in that seat where Mr. Abushi sits, I wanted to wring Michael Jackson's neck. Councilman Jackson and I had a back and forth many times. But Councilman Jackson, I will say this. In your sometimes misunderstood candor, you are very clear in the matters that matter. Sometimes, while Mr. Jackson uses words and imagery and things that some of us are saying, all right, Mike, come on. I'm gonna wrap up right here. Even though we say that, Michael Jackson is right in this. There will be lawsuits, and the city will be complicit.
Council President.
Next speaker, Madam
Council President.
Clerk. We will have discussion after the speakers speak. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Council President, with all due respect, Council
Next
President.
speaker, Madam Clerk.
This
we
is
will
not-
have
this is not
Councilman
something that we should
Jackson.
just so
Councilman
callously-
Jackson,
See,
once all
this is-
speakers speak.
This is part of the reason why
But
the
Councilman
gentleman
Jackson
had to come forward.
Right, but Councilman Jackson, Corporation Council is going to speak to them. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Council President, the Corporation Council
speaker,
has
Madam
had
Clerk.
all the time in the world to speak to them.
Next speaker, Madam
They
Clerk.
wouldn't have come here tonight
Next
if Corporation
speaker.
Council would have done what he should have done
Next
to
speaker,
begin
Madam.
with.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Point of order. The next
Point of
speaker is
order.
Anthony
Point of order,
Wilson.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
Anthony
Next
Wilson.
speaker.
Point of order. Point of
There
order.
is no point of order.
There is
The
a
order-
point of order. He's
and
calling
the
a
floor.
point of order.
Council President is a point of order.
What's your point of order?
My
What
point
is
of
it?
order is that respectfully, Councilman Jackson is asking for the floor. And
No,
as
Councilman-
as Council President, as respect, Councilman Jackson is asking for the floor. He want to address probably the people that came before they leave. And I think he should get a courtesy to address them.
Thank you.
If he requests the floor
Thank
with
you
respect
for
to the
your
chair.
point- your
And
point
he
of
asked,
in-
he
your
asked for
point
the
of
floor
objection.
through the chair.
Many-
He didn't say I'm going to speak. He asked Council
Thank you,
President
thank
through
you,
the chair.
Councilman Velez.
Point of order.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Anthony Wilson. I believe he left.
He left.
Next speaker
Very
is
sad.
Rodney Addison.
Next speaker, Madam
She takes
Clerk.
it upon herself when she
Rodney
wants to address
Addison.
certain people, and then here the gentleman is
Please
going
state
through
your name
such
and
duress,
address.
and she wants to scarf right past it.
Council President, point of order again.
The speaker is
The
at
rule
the
says,
mic.
Council President, the rule says,
Councilman
the rule
Velez.
says that
Councilman
Council President, another point of order.
Councilman
Council
Velez.
President, there's a point of
There's
order.
a speaker at
The
the
rule
mic.
says-
The people that just came to the mic are in
Council
the hallway
President,
talking to
point of
Corporation
order.
Council.
The rule
Next
says
speaker, Madam Clerk.
that when the speaker
Next
engaged
speaker,
directly
Madam
to a
Clerk.
councilman, he's entitled to
Next
respond
speaker,
that,
Madam
that
Clerk.
speaker.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Mr. Addison. Mr. Addison.
Please state your name and address. Mr. Addison.
Yeah, I'm still trying to gather myself as the brother Irvin was speaking because I too am a father.
Check your mic. Check the
I
light
just
and
need
the
to.
base.
It's on. It's on. Just to take a second to gather myself as the brother was speaking so passionately because I too am a father, and if I had to deal with what he has to deal with at any capacity, I would come in here and weep as well. So literally, show that brother some respect. I want to take my first few seconds to thank Paterson for the admiration as I was holding the highest level of natural bodybuilding in the country while representing Paterson, but that has now come and gone. I was not able to defend my title, but it is what it is. Back to business. As I always say, there's greatness within Paterson, and we need to always hold that forthcoming by being innovative and as forward-thinking as possible, even though we fall short so greatly over and over again. As leaders in leadership, it is important to remember that your job is to, first and foremost, mentor, elevate, and then get out the way. Get out the way. So with that being said, and the greatness that Paterson does hold, speaking for myself, in the last 2 years through my organization, Onyx Repository Foundation, we just hit another milestone where we just hired our 1,031st driver through our platform, Pull Up Rideshare, where we again have 1,031 drivers through the state of New Jersey, where a third of that are Patersonians and those who live in Passaic County. And on top of that, we have several contracts through the state and private and local contracts such as Summit Oaks Hospital, Turning Point, Aspire, the Real Fix program, and 5 other contracts we have where Patersonians are making great incomes. We are also going into our second year with the Office of Emergency Management as the sole transportation service for the Code Blue, which is now activated. So if you are looking to make some extra income, reach out to me. I'll get you onboarded onto the platform. The average pay rate per ride, working with the Cold Blue, is $25 per ride. And it's projected to be a very cold winter. On top of that, my mother and I, my mother, Denise Paterson, this lovely lady right here, we have just opened our healthcare training school located at 715 Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey, closer to East 33rd Street. We do healthcare training as well as we also offer nursing concierge. So if you are an elder or someone who does not know how to advocate for themselves, you can reach out to us and we will speak to your physician on your behalf strongly. Some of the programs we do offer is that of phlebotomy online and in person, EKG, certified medication aid, SARA, EMR, MAVO, CPR, and so on and so on. Don't worry, she's next, so I got her
Thank
3
you,
minutes.
Mr. Addison. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Denise Addison.
I got 3 more minutes.
We don't reclaim time, so your mom will have to speak.
That's
we
fine.
don't.
No, she can't. She got laryngitis. She can't speak. She has laryngitis.
Oh, she has the laryngitis.
So furthermore, within our institution, from December of 2024 to February of 2025, we got all our licensures through the state to operate as an institution for healthcare. So if you are looking to advance your career, 17 and up, you can call us at 862-260-3515 or stop on through. We meet you where you are. We have payment plans that's feasible for all residents of Paterson and surrounding areas. If you are someone who is who needs to have their drug testing done, paternity testing, genetic testing, gender reveal, so on and so on, we offer all of those services as well as doing drug testing for pre-employment. So again, Addison's Institute of Healthcare Training, just in the last 3 months, we have found all of our graduates employment within 3 months within the healthcare. So that's a 100% track record just off bat. So Paterson, if you need to find a new skill set and find employment, come on down to 715 Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey, at Addison Institute of Healthcare Training. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Feel better, Mom.
The next speaker is Eddie Ruiz.
He's not here.
Okay. The next speaker is Frankie Filippelli. Please state your name and address.
What's going on, everyone? Frank Filippelli, 311 Sherwood Ave. 3 minutes is not enough time ever for me to speak, so please, everyone at home, follow me. I'm Frankie Filippelli. I know I did. She called me a racist. Anyway, listen, I came here. There's so many issues to talk about when you come here. It's amazing. I came here to talk about that BS project, the beach, right? They're selling us on a beach, everybody, in Paterson. Let's just do it. And I did some quick numbers, Mike. And before I speak, Mike, I commend you for your leadership. We don't always see eye to eye, but listen, no one does. You're a leader. You're probably one of the only leaders up there, and I appreciate it, and a lot of people appreciate you. It's just, they don't understand the Paterson in us, honestly. Anyway, so I'm looking at this thing, and I just said, wait a minute, this guy's going to put up 194 units. And I didn't ask them numbers. I said, for $1,500 a month, they're looking at making $291,000 a month. That's $3.5 million a year. The project is $111 million, right? Which 54 million of it, that's what they wanted the letter for, to ask the state, and this is a state issue. If I was Senate, I said it, I'd be a full-time senator, and I'd be here talking about state stuff. So for $54 million, EDA, with the EDA, real quick, and I can't talk about it too much, but it helps small businesses, right? Keep that in the back of your mind. 32 million of HMFA helps first-time homeownership. First-time homeownership, everyone. So now you're talking about $86 million. Again, these are all abbreviated numbers, rounded off. So now the council is quick to write a check, a letter, you know the thing's going to get passed on garbage development in our city, and we've done this 50 times. Over 480 parcels of land in our city we've given to wealthy developers and not to the people of Paterson. Shame on you all, because if you put that much time into it, get us to 86 million, and let's transform the Fifth Ward the right way by home ownership. Let's get everyone that grew up there to own their own home. I know there's technicalities with your job and this and that. We could get around things. If you could get around cutting a letter, you could get around a lot of stuff. Real quick though, I want to say it took you 2 years to write a vape? It took you 2 years to write a vape ordinance? Really? Okay. How about we stop and take some time away from renaming streets, right? Because we don't need any of that, and start thinking about ways to look at the budget, because that's your job, checks and balances, right? And go through it and create revenue. If you can't find where to cut it, create revenue. And I'm going to leave it this. Herman, I wish you the best. I don't know his specifications or anything, but 5 months ago, I did hear he was going to run for mayor. That's what I heard. It was like rolling
Next
around.
speaker, thank you, Flip.
I don't believe in coincidence.
Thank you, Flip.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Hank Sarafovic.
Oh, wow. We got council.
Gone?
New council.
Okay. Okay. Next speaker is Joseph.
Joseph, you're going to have to pronounce your last name for me. Is Joseph here?
Joseph is gone? Okay. Nucitelli, I think that is.
Okay.
The next speaker is Charles Ferrer.
Mm-hmm.
Please state your name and address. Thank you.
Charles Ferrer. So, a few things I want to talk about. I wish Herman and his family the best. I'll talk with him personally because he's got some serious lawsuits against the city for what's being done. And because I deal with that stuff in what I do on the educational side. So, all of last year, I had to bring my wife to work at school too. And every morning it was a fight because the parents are parked on this side and I'm parked on this side, double parked, letting my wife out, and they're letting their children out. And then somebody pulls up on this side so that the cars can't come down this way. Okay? That's happening now. And we talk about we want to put a veterans home over there, and we talk about we want to put a 197-unit apartment building there, and we haven't looked at the apartment building on the corner of Main and Broadway that's going to open, the one across the street from the blue parking garage, the one up by New Jersey Bell, what used to be New Jersey Bell, the one that they're talking about putting where the cave is, that's going to jam up the school over there. And Pennsylvania Avenue, where we have all these apartments going up already. And we need this one. Just coming up Main Street to come here was a challenge. Now, we're going to be worse than New York. Do you care? No. Okay. Moratorium on smoke shops. There needs to be one on apartment buildings. I'm sick of them. Okay? And who are they benefiting? Who are they benefiting? I need one taxpayer to tell me the last time they got a tax reduction. Because every time something gets abated, the taxpayer picks up the slack. Every time you bring a new one on that doesn't give a dime to the school system, the taxpayer picks up the slack. Okay? But we want to keep on keeping on. We talk about the developers' fees. 40 million, 50 million that goes into their pockets at different times. One got 12 million, one got 3 million. They have no skin in the game. They have nothing to lose. Because you want to know why they have nothing to lose? Because the taxpayers have their back. And why do they have their back? Because of the people that sit on the planning board, the Board of Adjustment, that don't know what they're doing, and whoever appointed them there. Okay? This city is going to be a complete hot mess when all those apartment buildings open up. And you want to bring more to downtown.
Thank you so much.
Check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Joel Keys Jr. Please state your name and address.
Testing. Based on the following signs of destiny, Councilman Jackson will be the mayor of Paterson in 2026. The first sign of destiny involves my Uncle Brent Keys. He and his wife, my Aunt Issa, were watching the city council meetings for years before Councilman Jackson was elected. Uncle Brent knew that Mike and I both played quarterback for Kennedy because he attended all of our games. He also knew of my political consciousness, and I was a disciple of Malcolm X. Every time I saw him, he would invariably mention that I needed to attend the city council meetings to assist Mike as he was alone battling against the other council members. Over a decade later, I finally arrived. On Sunday, July 6th, Uncle Brent and his wife gave me a donation to give to Councilman Jackson. I didn't see him until the city council meeting Tuesday, July 8th. When I handed him the donation, I told him it was from my Uncle Brent, who passed away earlier that day. On August 23rd, we held a memorial for my Uncle Brent on his birthday because several family members who live out of state weren't able to attend his funeral. That morning, I awoke to a text from Councilman Jackson. It was a screenshot from a dialogue between him and my Uncle Brent. It was the day they met at my Uncle Wayne Witherspoon's funeral. The next sign of destiny involves Darlene Morris. Darlene and I joined Councilman Jackson's team after both of us made several speeches at city council meetings acknowledging the distortion of Councilman Jackson's character and providing explanations to circumvent that distortion and present a more accurate representation of his character. One day, Bilal Hakeem posted pictures on his Facebook page from a gathering at then Mayor Marty Barnes' house. While describing the people in the photos, he mentioned that Darlene Morris was the owner of the bookstore Kuji Chagalia. Immediately, I grabbed my head and said, oh, snap. I wonder if Darlene completely forgot about me like I completely forgot about her. Before I discovered her bookstore, I had recently learned that Malcolm X influenced Dr. Malana Karenga's naming of the principles of Kwanzaa. Additionally, Malcolm's influence on me led me to concentrate on the principle of self-determination, which is what Kuji Chagalia means. So when I saw that was the name of her bookstore, it marked the beginning of an excellent rapport and friendship between us. The last sign of destiny involves Bilal Hakeem. On Saturday, November 8th, Bilal led a delegation of 8 people, including Councilman Jackson, to meet with accomplished and very experienced political dignitaries. Councilman Jackson said of the meeting, quote, "It served as confirmation and validation of things I have been saying for years," unquote. Bilal Hakeem is an institution. He has been engaged in social justice activism for decades. He is well connected. Those dignitaries are his personal friends, and so are many other dyed-in-the-wool revolutionaries, both dead and alive.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Bilal Hakeem. Please state your name and address.
Bilal Hakeem, thank you for those kind words, my brother. I'm humbled by it. I'm just still moved by the firemen. You know, this is what I want.
Because Paterson is under siege. From the election where the mayor won, I knew he shouldn't have won, but there was so many people that were, he has to win, you can't run, this one can't run, because they were so with him. That man could care less about the black and brown community. He don't care. He doesn't care about the black and brown community. I don't care what he does. I don't care what events he goes to and dances at. I don't care how many people he posts on his page trying to celebrate them. He does not care.
This is not AI. This is not AI. I witnessed it yesterday. I was in search of something on the internet and I ran across it, so I just shared it. Do you wish, Council President, to recant those statements? There are many people in this city that have lost their voice, not from laryngitis, but from ransoming their dignity and ultimately their souls. Council President, you seem to be more concerned about the 3 minutes. I observe you all the time. Next, than hearing the concerns of the people. Don't let it go to your head because you're on that side of the chambers, and that's for each and every last one of you. Don't let it go to your head because you're on that side. As our sister, Ms. Rogers, mentioned, you work for us, and you have forgotten that in many ways. You know, when look into the recesses of your heart, you know the shady deals that you're engaged in. When it comes to building, there's nowhere to park. This is why tickets, every day, we are being preyed on, and all you can think of is making life more miserable for us. That's it. I would like to know, where are the studies of the impact of this here? People are constantly talking about it. And last but not least, because I know she's on the timer, we keep talking about we are on the pulpit. No, you're in the pulpit of Satan. It's the pulpit of Satan. And Mayor Andre Say is the head ringleader. And I'm ashamed of many of you, especially legal minds that know better. I hope that fireman gets the help, and I hope that you remember, because you're on this side, don't let it get to your head because you can be removed. And you, Council President, you're constantly saying you can't be removed. You better humble yourself.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, humble yourself.
Sure. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Elvis Durham. Okay. Please state your name and address.
Elvis, 4th Ward, Paterson, New Jersey. Stop playing with the people. Just want to say this. Stop playing with the people. Y'all listening? This is the third largest city in New Jersey. People is losing their apartments. Rent is high. Stop playing with the people. No jobs. This is the third largest city in New Jersey. No recreation center buildings. Y'all put all the money in the parks. Make it make sense. This is the third largest city in the state of New Jersey. No performing arts center, no major hotels, no affordable apartments, and some of y'all up here debating about voting on affordable apartments, and y'all already know how the downtown work. It's already parking. Parking authority controls the parking in the downtown area. Make it make sense. Louis Velez, councilman, you say you for the people? Come on, explain to me. Explain to somebody that got a first and second grade level, graduate out of Eastside High School. Yes, special ed. Explain to me, because you acting like you special ed. You sitting in Grill 77 say you for the people, right? But the people suffering. What people you for? Spanish or black? We hungry. It's not only about this project. Low income apartments. I know someone right now got to move to North Carolina because there's no help here. But you say you for the people. You want to play this game because you want to build your numbers. You running for mayor, right? You running for mayor? I'm going to tell you right now, my son, you ain't going to never be mayor in this city. Okay? My son? Okay, because you know, you acting like a kid. You acting like a 5th and 6th grader. Okay? Don't you got a college degree? What? Okay? And everybody else. We have to make this city better. I don't care who the mayor is. I don't care who the mayor is going to be May 2026. This city is so behind. No jobs here. People losing their apartments. We got homeless, we got drug addicts, it's no homeless shelters, and that much drug rehab programs here. But y'all sitting here like this city is so great. Especially the administration and the mayor. Y'all get a grip. Y'all wake up. Because God see everything. And soon, the state is going to come here and take over because you know why? Y'all all acting like clowns.
Thank you. Thank you. So just extended time because when Madam Clerk hit the button, she only gave you 2 minutes by mistake, so I gave the extension. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Stephanie Acosta. Please state your name and address.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can you guys hear me? Yes.
Close.
We're here tonight to introduce ourselves.
Speak close to the mic.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're here tonight to introduce ourselves and our company.
1 second. Madam Clerk, could we stop the clock? Decorum in the chambers, please.
That was good.
Yes, thank you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So good evening, everyone. We're here tonight to introduce ourselves and our company, MJ Trash Removal, and to express our interest in bidding for the City of Paterson residential waste pickup contract, the bulk pickup contract, or a combination of both. My name is Stephanie, and I'm here with my husband and partner, Tyler Pam. We're both proud New Jersey residents, and I'm even prouder to call Paterson home. I actually grew up here. I attended School 27 as a child, and after college, I came back to serve my community as the president of a local nonprofit where we fed over 5,000 homeless right here on Broadway at the local BP. Paterson has always been a part of my story, and now I'm back again with a mission to give even more, to bring stability, opportunity, and jobs to the citizen of this city. MJ Trash Removal was built with one simple goal: to bring reliability, respect, and modern efficiency back to waste collection. Between us, Tyler and I have years of hands-on experience in the industry, and we've seen firsthand what happens when large out-of-town contractors treat communities like numbers instead of neighborhoods. We're here because we believe Paterson deserves better service, better accountability, and better opportunities for its people. It's finally time for the money to stay in the city of Paterson and not leave it. Our city's hard-earned money should build our own neighborhoods, strengthen our own workforce, and give back to the families who live here. Our goal is to create local jobs, to build a team of Paterson residents who take pride in their city, and to keep the money we earn circulating right here in our schools, our small businesses, and in our neighborhoods. We plan to host job fairs to hire directly from within Paterson, giving residents a chance to work for a company that values them and teaches them professionalism, respect, and pride in their work, because nobody cares for a community like the people who live in it. We've built a strong team that brings over 50 years of combined experience in waste management, logistics, and community operations. Our team knows what it takes to deliver consistent, high-quality service, and we're ready to bring that expertise home here to Paterson. When MJ Trash Removal picks up your trash, we're not just providing a service, we're helping keep Paterson clean, safe, and beautiful. We're fully licensed and insured, and we take great pride in being reliable, responsible, and community-driven. Now, we may not be the biggest company, but we're the most committed to showing up, to doing the job right, and to making sure that Paterson shines. Our promise is simple: Paterson first, always. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There are no more speakers. Motion to close public portion.
Move to close.
Thank you. Move to close by Councilman
Second.
Velez, second by Councilman Jackson and Davila. Roll call to close public portion, Madam Clerk.
How many more items we got?
2.
Roll call to close the public portion.
I'm sorry.
This is actually my first time here.
No. So,
I'm done.
yes, that's,
Okay.
yes.
Again, yeah.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public portion. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to be brief. Huh?
No, it's separate, but we're roll call.
Rodney, no, that's not
Roll call.
Rodney's. Thank you. Yeah, that's not Rodney's. Yeah, there's not. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say a few things. I thank everybody for coming out tonight, speaking on all the different items that were talked about. You know, I'm one of the council people that come here every day to, and you see me, and I get visitors from all wards. Everybody comes into the city council. They actually just looking for a council person to talk to. On any given day, I might get maybe 4 or 5 calls looking for housing, looking for affordable housing. But I just want to say also that, you know, I hear what everybody say, but the need is for affordable housing. They could be building, but they're not affordable. They building, but they're not affordable. And so now with the difference between vouchers and affordable, a voucher, the owner gets more money each month. The affordable, they get the money to help build it, but they can't raise the rent for so high. I mean, it can't go above so amount. But I just want to say also that, you know, I hear what everyone's saying. I just want to make a comment about Rodney Paterson. And I like what he said. He said, sometimes you find that when you can't make a living on what you're doing, that you may have to find another career. And you may do. I changed my career after 20 years. But I want to say to the community, let's help the community. If you can help someone to take a new career and enroll them in Rodney Paterson's school for medical, whatever he does, I'm not quite sure, then this is what that we need to do. I just want to say also that with the garbage company, the garbage pickup, which is still Philco for now, but they do not have a bulk pickup, and we have to really look at bulk pickup. There's a lot of things that still need to be looked at, companies that we need to look at for bulk pickup. I'm talking. There's still a lot of things, so I just want to say thank you to everybody, but I care. So when that phone rings, and some of y'all in the audience can say that, when you call me, it rang 2 or 3 times that I pick it up. You can say that. And I want to say that you get calls and they just need to be guided, you know, and I hear, you know, we got our federal people that we need for them to look at how much money they put in different categories for rents. You know, there's so many things that they want to do that we really don't know. I went to a meeting, and I'm going to share this with you, and I don't think it's going to pass, but you got cities in South Jersey who wants to put liquor in grocery stores. They want to sell liquor in New Jersey. They're trying. I don't see it's getting passed, but those are things that they happen, that's happened on the state level that sometimes we did. With that being said, you know what? Just pick up the phone and call. Just call. I can guide you. I can tell you which way to go. But I can say to you right now, I'm a person that cares. Because you know what? I know what it is. I know what it is not to have. And I know what it is to crawl on my knees and pick cotton. I know what it is. So I know what it is to work hard, to work 2, 3, 4 jobs just to survive. Madam Clerk, you know, people think they know you, but they really don't. Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes to close the public portion. Thank you.
Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
I have to agree, Councilwoman Cotton. People think they know you, but they don't. So I will say this, and I'll continue and I'll stand by it. As a councilwoman at large, I know my roles and my duties and what I need to do. I've been in this community all my life. I represent all 6 wards. I understand that, but I will continue to say this. I get numerous calls, and I will stand in what I said. I will stand on my convictions, and I will vote my conscience. I can't vote somebody else's conscience. My convictions are mine. When things are presented, if I believe, based on the constituency that have put me here 3 terms, so I'm thankful to God. And I always say this, I'm going to continue being in the city. I'm not going nowhere. Sitting in the seat or not, I'm thankful to be in a place, a position for almost 32 years. That says a lot about commitment. That says a lot about commitment. We talk about, you know, being born, raised, educated here, and then we go out to college, right? Never thought in my life I'm first gen to have been able to have that opportunity to leave, right? Come home some weekends. And came back, and my mom said, you ain't moving to South Jersey, no. You're staying here in Paterson. This is where you're gonna give back. 32 years later, still working in an institution, different capacities in those 32 years. So I'm thankful. So it's unfortunate. There are sometimes things that we can say that can be misconstrued, or maybe some actions that we've taken. And for that, I always say, listen, if I'm wrong, I apologize for that. But I will say this, and I'll stand strong in saying it. I stand strong on my convictions, and I vote my conscience. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers that came here today. Oh, and one last thing. To the 3 individuals that came here to speak about your company, just so you know, there's a process for everything, and if there is a process of procurement, process of bidding, you know, we, the council, if there's something that then we have to vote on, we must be very careful to, so I have heard you, I did not hear your name, just so you know, I don't know if you put it on the record. I did not hear it, although it may have been written, but I do want you to know that there is a process. Open bidding will start. As Councilwoman Cotton shared, you know, right now I do believe that, you know, we are in the process of looking for that. So I say everyone, and especially if you're Paterson, you go out there, you go and make sure that you submit your paperwork, that everything is in place, all right, and that, because I want Patersonians. All right, I know that there's another constituent who named someone, right? Been doing great things. They were a speaker today, right? Go through your process, as I know that they've sat down already with administration, but there's a procurement process. It has to go through a bidding process, and it has to be closed, not open, where everyone is, you know, sharing information that they're not supposed to. So, you know, with that said, you know, whatever it is, once it's open, please make sure to get that information and submit, okay? With that said, thank you, council members. I know we have 2 more items, so Madam Clerk, thank you. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, to the residents, and happy to hear that you're Paterson residents. I was simply going to say pretty much the same thing, that there is a procurement process. Please make sure that you include yourself in that. Mr. Harry Savalas, reach out to his office tomorrow, get the bid packet, and make sure that you include yourself in that process and not be eliminated. Keep track of it, because there's oftentimes people are often overlooked because maybe it might be some timelines and things of that nature, which I'm not aware of if there are any. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. You can feel free to reach out to my office as well for any other assistance or guidance. I don't mind helping in that. With that being said, to every council member, everyone has the prerogative to do as they please, to vote as they please, whether it's their conviction, their commitment, whatever it is. But at a certain point in time, we as people, as council members, as individuals, as a collective, we have to acknowledge that we're failing. We have to be able to acknowledge that. We have to be able to acknowledge that the decisions that we've been making over the past decade are horrendous, poor decisions. Hinchcliffe Stadium is a slap in the face to this entire community. As people are continuously making money on the gift that just keeps on giving, from stealing the $8 million of creating a fictitious nonprofit agency, and look at all the people that's doing it. Michael Powell, everybody that's benefited from these scenarios are non-Paterson residents. Even the former ones that abused us. The former BA, Vaughn McCoy, freaking destroyed this city with this nonsense. But if we can't acknowledge that the decisions that we've been making is terrible, every now and then they talk, when I bring up the trailer park, they cringe. But how many examples do we need? How many examples do we need? Mr. Ferrer is totally correct. This uncalculated, unabated use of allowing people to just overbuild in our communities and do whatever they want to, and then not even acknowledging that the results of what we're doing, people are being evicted at such an alarming rate. They're being abused by these landowners. And the landlords are not even being held accountable. The administration is not even holding them accountable. The amount of phone calls that I get, I'm a council person that's supposed to be legislating. I'm not supposed to be following behind people that have mold-infested properties, that have rat and rodent-infested properties, women that just don't want to live in their apartments anymore and say, listen, I just want to get out because they got mice running through cereal boxes and things of that nature. And the administration just thinks that it's okay, it's par for the course. And let me explain something to you. Every day, this coward, he'll walk past me, terrified, as he has to walk around with an armed guard with security. Andre Sayer is a coward. For you to allow Herman Irvin to be mistreated as such, and even his counsel, and you know, I truly appreciate the sentiment of Ms. Farrah Irving, and it just goes to show you, right? I don't care who and what it is. I'm going to advocate. When Farrah sat there, she's absolutely correct. We butt heads many, many nights. Did I waver? Hell no. I fought for people, and coincidentally, it was another fireman then who was being mistreated. I fought. I made sure he got back on the job. I took the fire chief on head on. This council, this is one of the things we should be locked arms on. This man came here, everything should have stopped. The amount of courage that somebody has to bring forward to bring that type of self-reflection and embarrassment on himself to say, listen, I served this community for short 12 months, 13 months, and you spit in his face? When there's been plenty of people, I could give you the example. I'm going to call Wayne Walden and tell him to come down here and give a dissertation on how many firefighters that was never from Paterson that had drug addictions, all kinds of issues. They would send them away to Florida for years at a time and never let them come back to work. There's a fireman right now and a police officer that's not from this community that's been absent for years, still getting paid. And all you had to do is let him ride out his time in workman's comp. And listen, I hope you make it right, Corporation Counsel, but for him to have to come here is an embarrassment. That shows you don't care. You had to come here and he had to come here and put the mayor's ass on the hot seat for him to have to do that. And I've been doing it time and time again. Rayshawn Tisder, who had a heart attack on the job at DPW. If it wasn't for a defibrillator that was installed in his heart, the man would have died on the job. They said, listen, he needs a desk job. Oh, we can't give you a desk job. They put him on a lawnmower in 90-degree weather. He went out, cut the grass, said, listen, I need to take a break, goes in the break room, falls out and collapses. If it wasn't for the defibrillator in his heart, he would have died. And then you know what they did? They denied him his health benefit. Said, oh, no, we're not going to let you retire because you're a couple years short. Thank God for Jane Williams Warren, who became the mayor, because if it wasn't for her, am I right, Kay? And this is something I'm time and time again, while other council members are sitting quiet, oh, we can't. What you making noise about? What you making noise? All you gotta do is stand up and fight for him. If the council stood in solidarity, we could control all actions. And if somebody gotta come here and is sitting there going on deaf ears, then guess what? The council is allowing the mayor to abuse these people. The abuse, that's an abuse of power. So, and Frank Filippelli, you know what? I didn't even think of it that way. You're probably absolutely correct. Herman announced that he's running for mayor, but it was happening well before that. It was happening well before that. What it was, he had a falling out with McDermott, former chief. And now the trickle-down effect, because he still has his minions still embedded, you know, and then the mayor still crapping on the entire department, don't want to redo their contract. You're sitting over here wasting money. We lost, how many times did we lose in court to the fire department already? This council has yet to receive counsel from Corporation Counsel letting us know it's going to cost us more money. But the mayor still carrying his grudges, still acting up, and now the dude is just, he's so foolish. He doesn't even know how to read a room. He had the audacity, after not supporting the firefighters' contract, take his ass to one of their events and try to grab the microphone. He got booed. He doesn't even know how to read the room. So this is what we have, people. This is what you've elected. A child, somebody with such a low level of maturity, where instead of doing the right thing, come on, man. I don't care if Herman and I, there's been times when he and I, we weren't seeing eye to eye on certain things, but it doesn't matter. Somebody dedicates himself. I don't care who it is. Somebody dedicates himself for almost 20 years to your community. And let me just put this on record, right? And I'm hoping I don't go too far. The day in question, somebody had gotten critically shot. So he was the first responder. He was on the scene trying desperately to save this person's life. So when they said that he had blood, he was covered in blood, he was fully engaged in his commitment to the city trying to save someone's life who unfortunately didn't make it. So when you talk about the level of trauma, this could be any one of our family members. We got family members that serving in the fire departments, police departments. And if we're willing to treat one like this, it's him today, it's you tomorrow, P. Listen, come on, man. Let's be real about this. All it takes is for you to just fall out of graces with someone, while somebody else could get a desk job for 25 years. We can't find anything. The years he put in, he doesn't have a level of expertise. Yeah, he don't care. And he served in the office capacity before. So anyway, Brother Irving and Sister Farah, let me explain something to you. You have my undying commitment. That same level of frustration that you felt because me advocating endlessly for someone, it will be mirrored again for you and your family, for your brother, because this is just the right thing to do. The mayor doesn't, I apologize, I ain't calling this clown the mayor. Andre Saya just does not know when it's the right thing to do. I don't know why you looked at me, he's a clown. Dude is a clown. He should wear special shoes and a red nose all the time because he's a clown. He just does not know when it's the right thing to do. Come on, man. Even if you have differences, you don't target people's family. This guy has no remorse. He'll target your family. He'll target your business. He'll target now. The brother has 2 young children. Now he's suffering with seizures, so therefore he may never be able to go out and get a regular job. You're going to take away his benefit package? Yo, that's clown activity. And if anybody that can't acknowledge that, and any council person that can't support that, like everybody said, you're in the wrong business. You shouldn't be here. Madam Clerk, I apologize for elongating. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, let me.
Council colleagues, Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, let me thank all the residents of the city of Paterson for attending this meeting and for expressing their concern for this council. And I would like to start by saying that I'm definitely in full support of Mr. Irving. I know everybody knows that Chris Irving, Council Cali, please, just give me 2 minutes, Council Cali. Please, thank you. I appreciate it. So let me go back. Let me start all over again. Thanks to all the residents for attending this meeting. And let me say this. I know Mr. Irving for many years. I was elected at the Paterson Board of Education with Chris Irving, his brother. We have a great relationship since 2010. More than a friend, he's like a family to me. I know him. I know his family. And his work ethic also as well. So I'm in full support of him. And, you know, he put his life on the line to serve this community as a firefighter. He deserved, you know, to retire with the full benefit to take care of his family, and that's the least that we could do. I don't know the whole situation, but I'm just here in full support of him. I know his family, I know him, I know his work ethic, and I would definitely hope that we could resolve this matter. That way he could get the benefit to take care of his family also as well. Ms. A. Robinson, I like to see you on the mic because I took note of all the stuff that you talked. In 3 minutes, you addressed the parking issue, recycling, the e-bike, the homeless, police enforcement, the revenue from the movie. I mean, you talk, that's, you know, when I see constituents that they get into the mic to address issues that really affecting the community, I take pride of that because you could be home, you know, relax with your family, and you're taking time out of your time to be here in front of the mic. We have to respect that, and I want to say thank you. May God continue blessing you. Keep coming to the city council. That's what I'm talking about. But when you got somebody that get into the mic to say, oh, Councilman Mendez saw and worked for the city, listen, I'll tell you this. There's people, they will never be able to give love to somebody because they don't have nothing. All they have inside their heart is hate. And when you have somebody that hates people, generally nothing good is going to come out of that. So, by the way, for the record, my son doesn't work for the city of Paterson, but it will be a great blessing for the city of Paterson to have my son as an employee. Well qualified, well educated. He's a racing star, but he doesn't work for the city of Paterson. But when you got people that they use politics, they bring family to politics, it speak about themselves. So, hey, Robinson, keep coming. You're totally right. Enforcement is the biggest problem that we have in the city. People, they double parking, they speeding on residential zone, they park, you know, on the corner, they blocking sidewalk. Our seniors have to get in the street to be able to walk. We need enforcement in the city. If we start enforcing the law that we have in the city, we will bring a lot of revenue into our budget. That's what we need. That's what needs to be done. That's what needs to be done. So once again, Brother Irving, I hope we could fix the matter. I'm very emotional when I saw you in the condition that I saw you today. I was not aware about that, but let's pray and let's sit down. Let's see. Let me know how I could be helpful. That's all I'm going to say. Paterson, I want to say thank you once again, you know, for just coming up. Let's just continue working. I'm going to say I'm in full support of affordable housing. We have a lot of people that they're being evicted. A lot of people. We have a lot of people in pain. But we need affordable housing. We need the project with the right project for the city of Paterson. The right project for the city of Paterson. Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Uden.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone. I want to thank every one of you for sharing your concern during the public portion. And your participation is very important for us to make the right decision. And I also want to thank those who are watching us live on YouTube or our channels. Just know this, your engagement and your participation and helps us in many ways. As always, I state that the position I hold and all of us holding comes along with that we have to listen every form of comment, regardless positive or critical. And I respect every single comment, whether it's going in my favor or not. But just know this, every single comment helping us to make the decision that's supposed to make for the resident of the city of Paterson. I want to thank the parents of the youth that came here, because when I see our young people getting involved, it gives me optimism, gives me belief that Paterson will be in the right direction in the near future. And I'm respectful, I'm saying thank you, and my heartfelt respect to all of the parents for allowing your kids to come here this evening. And I'd like to see more youth involved in our city's business. I particularly want to talk about the firefighters who shared his concern, and I don't know where's Corporation Counsel, Mr. VA, if you can take notes. I want to make sure that we are taking this concern in serious consideration and taking a look at what exactly taking place in the department. We don't want to see any injustice taking place in our city, and definitely not to our first responder who put their lives for our safety. Corporation Counsel, I believe you have paid attention to this. We want to see the details that what happened to the firefighter, and we want to make sure that no injustice taking place in any departments, and definitely not to our first responders. With that being said, parking issue is a major issue every neighborhood. So I think we all have to come together to make sure that this issue that we face every day is taken in seriously, and whatever decision we make, especially the developments that come in, we have to make sure that there are not overdevelopment, there are not bringing problems for our city, but we like to see that our city is moving forward. We like to see the development that helping our city, not actually putting us down. As Mr. Charles mentioned, we are welcoming residents in our city, right? And whether we say pilot or all the abatement programs that we are speaking about, when they are not paying taxes to our school system, we, the residents, are paying taxes. Their kids are going to our school system, and they are these developers. And I'm not saying I'm against the developers. I want developers to come to the city of Paterson and invest here. That's true. But at the same time, they need to invest to our schooling system. They need to invest to our city's parks, so that we can afford the population that we are welcoming to our city. So I hope that we all will take these things in consideration before we give away any projects. And one thing I like to address to the parking authority, that I want to make sure that how many times you are selling the same parking spaces. I mean, that's a major concern, because how many parking spaces you have, how many you gave to how many entities, that should be clarified. So if you can take notes, Madam Clerk, I'd like to hear from the parking authority that how many of the contract they have as of now with different investment in the city, and how many of them renewed, not active. We'd like to see that, because I feel that they are selling more parking spaces than whatever parking spaces available there. With that being said, Paterson, I'm grateful and I'm thankful for allowing me to serve you. And with that being said, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
Ladies and gentlemen, what happened today in the public portion made me think a lot. 17 hours ago, I received a notification on Newsbreak, and the title was Paterson Firefighter Unions Angry at Mayor Over Labor Contract Talks. I read the article, and the part that triggered me is that Paterson Press asked Mayor Andresea on November 10 for his reaction to the criticism from the fire unions. You can't leave. We don't have a quorum, sir.
You cannot leave, Councilman Udine. We have no quorum. Councilman Udine, there's no quorum.
He was closing the door.
Oh, okay. So let me say this again. Paterson Press asked Mayor Anderson on November 10 for his reaction to the criticism from the fire unions. Look what he said. I appreciate the important work of our firefighters to keep our residents safe. Say responded under my administration, Paterson firefighters have received the richest contract in the history and remain among the highest paid employee. That's the statement. What happened today and the statement and the experience that our brother Herman Irving brought forward prove that Andrew Say just satisfy the press with a statement, but his action says different. Appreciate your work is not enough. Appreciation without action is a disrespect to the firemen, for the EMS employees. It's real disrespectful. That testimony proved 150% or more that this administration and Mayor Anderson always dance when it comes up to benefit the city employees. It's real disrespectful to those employees, those that day and night protect our city, and this is including every public employee in the city of Paterson. I'm going to send a strong message to the mayor of the city of Paterson. Put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where your mouth is. If you appreciate the work of our first responders, don't dance with them, take action, and prove that you care for them. And do a fair treatment to my brother, Herman Irvin, and any other employee that are living through that situation. Don't dance with them. Step up to the plate and put your money where your mouth is. Saying that, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
So let me say this. Thank you, Corporation Counsel. After Herman spoke and his sister, who's Esquire, spoke, I want to thank you for going outside to bring mediation to what's happening. A lot of times to the public, and I appreciate the public that comes and watches. So a lot of times things come to this council, we're not aware until it comes to the council. As much as people can say the council should be doing more, when they come to that microphone, we take action. That's why immediately I asked Corporation Counsel, who is the city's lawyer, to go outside, and he did just that. And there's some stuff that they will follow through on tomorrow. And I appreciate that, Corporation Counsel, because sometimes things are spoken, but they're not factual and they're not accurate. And one thing I don't ever want to do to the community is give that information. So here's the other piece. When we have items that come before this council, we have a workshop. The workshop is the time when you have an extended conversation, presentations, you can do all of that. That can happen, and that's what will happen in December. We're able to do that, and we will definitely do that in December. Have a presentation. The workshops are always supposed to be more elongated than the regular meeting. That is the time when you discuss, you have conversation, people are here, you're asking questions. But before even the meeting happens, you have days before the meeting to send emails and ask for different information to make sure that if you need stuff, that it's here and is readily available. In addition to that, I don't really need to always defend things. I love videos that circulate from 7 years ago. I love it. And if that's what you choose to utilize, a video from 7 years ago, when there was a big issue with cannabis, to circulate and put that out, be your guest. Just make sure you crop it so that you stop utilizing the person that sent you the video as you're sending it all over the place, that you crop the person's name off, just for a point of technology 101. Also, I do also find it interesting, you know, as we sit in these roles and we continue to advocate on behalf of the community, that there are comments that are always made about, you know, humbling yourself and doing this or that. But when people ask us for donations, I don't hear words about being humble. When they ask for people to show up to their events, when me and Councilwoman Cotton are toe-in-toe together at events, a young man came last week and invited us to an event. We went to this event, where he said an event was, it was a refrigerator store. But because he came here, we went there, and it was a refrigerator store. So I called Councilwoman Cotton, because I got there first, to let her know, don't even get out your car. But by the time she was already out the car, I said, please get back in your car, because that's a sign. And so when people come, we listen, we hear, we advocate, we show up, we're there when you need us to be there. So I don't want you to ever think that we're not, because we do a lot of work. Ms. Annette, you know how I've taught, and you are doing an excellent job. I do commend what you're doing, because every time you send it, it's sent to the administration, and you see that they are definitely, they're definitely working on it. To the community at large, let's keep doing what's necessary. I appreciate all the people in the community that call, that text, our secretaries that pull data, pull information to make sure we stay on task and that we're not just speaking from this place. And I appreciate people that come here to even criticize or to have their commentary. I don't have issues with that, because once you know things are real and they're not, you know you don't have to respond to everything. So with that being stated, Madam Clerk, we have 2 items left on the agenda. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public portion is hereby closed.
Item number 36, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman.
Item 36, Madam Clerk. Item 36,
Okay,
Madam Clerk.
I'll wait till I close out then.
Item 36, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Item 36, public hearing on the amendment of the CY 2025 budget, which has been approved but not yet adopted. Item
No.
number 36 is a resolution to amend the CY 2025 budget, which has been approved but not yet adopted. Finance Resolution number 25:568.
So moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Ibby. Just to give this item is not the budget yet. In our introduced budget, we voted on a 3.5%. This item is to amend it so that we will go to the next item, which will be 2%. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 26.
36.
36, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, woman.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Council 36 is hereby adopted.
Item number 3, Madam Clerk.
Which one?
Item number 3.
You got to read it. He has to read it.
Resolution to adopt the approved calendar year 2025 municipal budget. Finance
You have to read it.
Resolution number 25:535.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Council President Mims, second by Councilman Kalik and Cotton.
Discussion.
Discussion.
Public
Discussion.
portion first and then discussion.
Oh.
Well,
Public hearing.
Public hearing?
public hearing is now open.
Yeah, go ahead.
Seeing none, move to close.
No,
Second.
hold on.
Move to
Wait until you move. Yeah.
Okay, so right before, let me just state, and there will be further discussion in a minute, this is just for public hearing, the introduced budget is only 2%. We are mandated based on our memorandum of understanding. I want to commend this council for their due diligence in working hard to make sure that we put the residents first. We started this budget at 5.6%. It was voted down. We went to 3.5%, and now we are at 2%. I'm grateful because we are required by law to do 2%. Anything above that would mean we would be doing increases. This is mandated by law. So to this council, I want to say, all the work that's been going on, your recommendations, and your due diligence is to be rewarded. I know the residents are very happy, but I want to say this. In order for us to receive transitional aid, the $29.7 million, and I also want to thank our Senator Benji Wimberly, who's watching, our Assemblyman Abdelaziz, and our Assemblywoman Shavonda Sumter. Thank you for advocating for us to get the additional $2 million to get us down to 2%. This is a win, council members. I'm super excited about this, and I think the residents will be excited as well. There's Mr. Farrar is for public portion. Mr. Farrar.
Hello.
Thank you, Charles Ferrer. My question is this. This budget was supposed to be done when? July 1, something like that?
Well, we're in a fiscal year from January through December, so as long as the budget is approved before December 31st, we're in good standing.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be approved by a certain time.
So would you have liked us to approve it at 5.6%?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that the work that got to this point here should have been done some time ago.
But unfortunately, as you know, there was a government shutdown. There were other entities that we had to wait until we were able, because with all of the other pieces that needed to be in place to get the additional money, there was the transitional aid. We didn't get the award letter until the end of July. There's so many different pieces. So as much as I thank you for your sentiment, but there's a lot of pieces that were in play. This council made the request. Before we vote on that 5.6, we will wait for the transitional aid letter. Now, this council could have easily voted yes on 5.6, but we thought of the residents, and we said we were not going to move forward. We got to 3.5, and we advocated, and we're now at the mandatory 2%.
So what happens next year? We'll approve it around this time again if the same process?
Well, next year it won't be the same thing because we're going to start.
We'll never know what we're going to get from the federal government.
Well, we'll start early, but as you know,
I think all the ducks need to be in a row on the things that you can control. So that if it's only the state that you're waiting on for transition, but here's the problem with the transitional. Transitional, you know what? One of the things that I really think that we really need to do is we really need to look at every pilot, every tax abatement, and really see what the real number would be if those tax abatements weren't there. And then maybe we wouldn't need, but as long as we continue to give tax abatement, I don't care, even if it's a 5-year tax abatement, we're always going to need transitional aid. When are we ever going to become self-sufficient? Okay, like you want residents to be and stuff like that. If we continue, like I said, I've seen developments all over the place. I've seen developments where they build the development and they build the school with it. That doesn't happen here. I've seen developments where the people come in there and they have their investment groups and they put their hard-earned money into it instead of getting this grant and that grant and developers fees and stuff like that. That's where we go wrong. Again, I'm going to go back to Councilman Rooney, who said it in 1988 with the super block. The developers will treat us like we're a patsy town, and even though he's no longer with us, he's been spot on. The developers have come in here since Garrett Heights, and you can go back in those minutes and check. I spoke out against that then. Because if one of you decide to build a house because you bought one of those lots, they're not going to give you a tax abatement. They're going to want you to pay full rate. So if you're in the investment business of doing things, do it the right way. Pay it fully. Stop scrunging off the backs of the people that are barely making ends meet. We don't know how many of our seniors who are struggling to pay their taxes are eating little to nothing. But if you go by that developer's house on Thanksgiving, everything's on the table. Why should they be entitled to that when the residents of this city don't have that same opportunity? We have to change the way. Somebody said on Facebook, we have to do better. My response was, it's hard for people to do better when they never seen what better looked like. We have to do better with this budget. The parts that you can control, all the departments, handle that, and then the only thing we're waiting on is the state or the federal government, because we did the same thing, and I've said that too with the federal government. How are you going to give the school district their numbers in August? Okay? And then if laws need to be changed so that it can come out in a better way, then if it needs to be done on the state level, federal level, it needs to be done. So that people can submit the budget so that the taxpayers know how to plan
Thank you, Mr. Farrar.
their budget. Okay?
Thank you so much. So let me just state this. If you, and it may be a good idea for you to look at tax abatements, and no, this council has not. The last couple of tax abatements that came before this council, they were voted down. Now, there has been in the past, but there is something that was approved through the state called Garden State Growth Zone, where they don't have to come to the city council to get abatements. It is done through the state. So my recommendation, if these are some of the concerns that you may feel, then talk to state legislators and have those dialogues. But this council has not been approving, and you'll be very surprised, because I hear a lot of people talk about this person doesn't pay, but you will be very surprised if you pull the information. Some of the people you think are not paying full taxation, they are. Madam Clerk, motion to close.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila.
Second.
Is it on the public, is it on the budget? Okay. Motion by Councilwoman Davila, second by Mendez. Roll call to close public hearing on the budget.
Roll call to close the public hearing on the budget. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, to close.
Councilman Omar?
Yes, to close the public portion.
Councilman Newton?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes.
Okay, the votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. The public hearing on the budget is now closed.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Discussion.
Discussion,
yeah.
Councilman Velez and Councilman Mendez.
Oh, somebody say it first over here.
Yeah.
Oh, Councilwoman
Yeah, go
Davila.
after the,
Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Mendez, and Councilman Velez.
So I don't want to be repetitive. There's no need for it. Thank you very much, Mr. Ferrer, for putting the points out there. You are correct with everything you said. Okay? It's interesting how, we're a transitional age city. DCA is over us. They're checking us. They're meeting with us, but yet we still don't get the letter on time, and there's a lot of things that happen that prevent us from, accordingly by statute, adopting our budget. I believe Mr. CFO is somewhere in April that we're supposed to.
It's May.
April, May, to adopt the budget, introduce the budget, okay? But with that said, one thing I do want to say is I do want to thank our legislators. I want to thank Senator Benji Wimberly, Assemblyman Abdelaziz, and Shavonda Sumter for going out to bat for us, to be able to give us, first of all, for us to make sure that this administration, right, because we said it, as Council President stated, we said it, it's not happening at 5.6. Came back, 3.5. We said because by law we have to have an adoption that we had not done. We move forward, but I put it on record, as many here did, we're not doing more than the 2%. So whatever needs to get done has to get done. In terms of, looking at the budget, we said it's there. We got those additional monies, right? There is things that we do have to do, like when you say What are we going to do to get out? Like, when are we going to become self-sufficient? There's actions and things that this council has to take, right? And, you know, the only way that I think that we can become self-sufficient is by taking action on certain ordinances that have been in place that need to be amended. In addition to that, you know, we do have to bring in ratables. And I continue to say this, I am pro-growth, right? I'm pro-development, but I want good development. I want good development. I was reading an article that was sent to me by a constituent, you know, how Councilman Jackson talks about, and you just spoke about, you know, they're building, but then they're building a school. Well, guess what's happened? Like in Jersey City and other places, they've pulled back. They've pulled back because they saw that the council wasn't working, and they didn't get the school, right? So with that said, listen, we're here to serve. We're here to do what we can with what we have right now. Within our means, and you know, that's why I just want to say, you know, to my council colleagues, that I am looking forward now to voting on this measure because it is important. Tax bills have to go out, okay? And so, you know, with that said, you know, I want to thank you for the opportunity, okay, to speak.
Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. It's been a long journey, so when from 5+ point, 5.6, we've been down to 2%. I was one of those council members that was fined by the state with over $1,000. I hope that will go away once we approve the budget. And that fine was because I refused to vote to take action, and you know, rightfully so. I will do it 1,000 times. I will take the hit. I will take the fine 1,000 times, but I will not vote on this out of control increase on taxes. And I'm going to say this, you know, it's hard for a resident, it's hard for homeowners. A 2-family house in Paterson, it go around $12,000 to $13,000 in taxes. The same property in Totowa, Hawthorne, and any other town, it will pay $7,000. It will pay less, way less money than Paterson. We have to find a way to get out of transitional aid, and it's not impossible. Many other cities have done it before. We have to put a plan in place to start looking at the revenue that we need to start year after year asking for less money. What happened with the city of Paterson is that every year we're depending more from the state. We ask for more money every year, from 23 to 25 to 27 to 33. So, and it's going to get to the point that the state is going to say, I'm sorry, we cannot give you more money. Thank God that we have great friends in Trenton, like Senator Benji Wimbley, Assemblyman Olive De La Cis, now Kiara Stewart, elected, that they know Paterson, they know our community, they work with us, but it's going to get to the point that we're going to have to say, listen, enough is enough. We have to be responsible. Every dollar is important. And for many years, I've been speaking about enforcing the law. We're leaving a lot of money on the table. Sometimes we're not a business friendly. We make some people's life impossible when they go out to apply for a permit. They have to go through hell for them to be able to open a business the right way. So we're not business friendly. We try to make the life impossible to people that wants to come to Paris. So I gotta say it, because I get those calls, and everybody, and I know I'm not the only one that get those calls. So we gotta make up our mind. Our department, they have to be more effective. We have to think about how can we bring more revenue into our department. And I'm always saying this, and I've been saying this for years. We should know how much revenue we're getting from each department, and we have to start working on that. How can we make our department more effective to bring more revenue to the city of Paterson? And so we're down 2%, but before that, Mr. CFO, you know, listen, information is important. And sometime here, you know, we make a decision, whether we agree or not with the administration. There's information up there, and people listen. People misinform the public, and because the administration doesn't give their information, people believe about that misinformation. I think this is the time, before we approve this, Mr. CFO, that you speak about the $4+ million overspending. That you give us, you know, give us a clear picture where we are financially before we take action on this. I think this will be the appropriate time, Mr. CFO, to the chair.
He'll come after. Councilman Velez, and then Councilman Udine, and then Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to ask one question, and then I will follow with my statement. To the chair, the CFO. I don't see a resolution attached to this municipal data sheets, okay? Number 3, I only have the budget in my hand. Can you point out in this document, I've been trying to look for it, but can you point out for the audience where it says 2% tax increase? What page?
Page
Because
11,
I see
Councilman.
numbers up and down.
Mr. CFO?
Page 11.
Page 11.
The line that says local tax for municipal purposes.
Where's that? Page 4, 9, 11, okay. Just be with me for a minute. I just want to make sure your document says 2%. I was going back and forth. In what line item? Oh,
Number 6A.
Number 6?
Local tax for municipal purposes. Last year it was 170 million.
No. That's what I stated. I see numbers up and down. Where it says, I don't see the resolution that says, like in the past, we are doing the 2%. In the past, the resolution say that we are mandated to do 2%, that's we keeping the budget at 2% in that resolution. You just showing me numbers here. I see numbers up and down, $111 million. You know, where it says, state that we are going to only raise taxes 2%.
So the MOU is where you see the 2%.
The MOU says
Page-
that we should
page
not
2.
raise taxes, you know, that
Page
cap.
2 is the reso page.
Correct.
That's the page where the votes get counted,
So
and there is no other reso with this.
You
with the
want me
budget.
to do the math and say, okay, it's 2%?
I can do the math for you if you like.
No, I know that. That's why you're trying to tell me. I know that, but you CFO, where in the paper says that we're not going to raise taxes more than 2%? And at least in a resolution, why we don't have a resolution stating that we are not raising taxes more than 2%?
Again, the budget, page 2 is the resolution for the budget. That's
So
what
the
it's always
budget completely should reflect 2%?
been. Yes.
Okay, now, so the same way, the dates that I have here, for example, September 9, 2025, should that be corrected? The day that we have here, and let me clarify the record, that the 5.8 introduction was the one that was voted down. The 3.5 was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 individuals voted yes, okay? Because I'm seeing it here. But it was in October 12, 2025, okay? In the back of the budget, I recall how many change of order we have done for all those contracts, and it's not even listed here on the 2025 budget on the last page. And we have done a lot of change of orders in contract, and it's still not reflected here. Okay? I see the page that we overspent on the sewer utility in this budget. And we could go on, and on. The residents, like Council President, I respect your statement that you stated that the resident will be happy to see a 2% budget passed today, and the resident will be happy. But I think the resident will be happy if they don't see no tax increase at all. Councilman Mendez stated that it's not easy to get out of transitional aid, but yes, we could do it. Oh yes, of course, Councilman Mendez, we could do it. We could get out of transitional aid if we start not scaring away small business, raising taxes. if we create jobs, if we have a cleaner city, the crime will be low, people will be interested in coming to the city and invest. Today I had a financial board hearing for the $1,700 that they fined me for voting no to the introduction. Two things that I received from two board members, and I'm happy to say it loud and clear, that they acknowledge the passion and the energy that I have working in this city. And it's recorded. You could go and watch that hearing. But also, one of the finance board questioned why the mayor was not also fined, because he didn't met the timeline of introduction of the budget. Thank you for raising that question. Introduction is a reflection of the budget. In this case, still is 2%. It's 2%. Once again, and I gotta say it in loud and clear, I receive calls, I come to the city hall a lot, and the first thing I hear is employees saying, we need to get paid, we need to send the tax bills. But that's not our fault. We try to work with administration day in and day out. And one of the things that we always say is communication is the key. Not just send messengers to make sure things go and get it happen in the city of Paterson. But saying that, you know, I don't know how far we could trust, because he just put numbers and he wants us to do his work, but not put in a resolution to guarantee that we are only staying in the 2% tax increase that I believe, knowing the testimony of a lot of homeowners out there about the quality of life and the lack of service, they're not going to be happy, not even with 1%. Thank you, Council President.
You're welcome. So it'll be Councilman Velez and Cotton, so I want you to clearly state what I said. I said the residents will be happy to know that we are voting on the mandated 2%, because you're right, if we didn't have to do transitional aid, we wouldn't. Unless you're able to give $33 million to the city, we have to apply for transitional aid. We started at 5.6, and I said the residents will be happy to know that we are doing 2% and not 5.6%. That is exactly what I stated, and I want to bring clarity. Councilman Udine and Councilwoman Cotton.
Well, thank you, Council President. So regarding the budget introduction, I want to mention that I did not support 5.6% and also the amended 3.5% increase. But I'm encouraged to see that further amendment came with 2% increase. But my primary concern still remain regarding the sewer fee for first one family, two family, three family homes. Mr. CFO, if we can state what are the changes was made especially for the sewer fees. If you can restate what was before and what's the increase that in this proposed budget.
There's no ordinance for sewer fees, Councilman.
I'm sorry.
There's no change.
There's no changes?
That's not on the agenda tonight. Sewer fees are not on the agenda.
It's the same as like before?
That's a separate, that's.
Correct.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you.
Correct. There's no sewer ordinance in this.
No, okay. All right, thank you. Yes, go ahead, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk.
Council President.
I'm sorry, Council. I just want to say, we always talking about, you know, how can we get revenue coming to the city? How can we get businesses? The first thing you need to have is a person. It could be the economic development director, it could be anyone, but you have to start going to these conventions and business places like they do in South Carolina and North Carolina and try to pinpoint a property somewhere where, you know, if you come in here, Amazon, you know, if you can hire 100 people, then I can give you something. That's what those other states and those other cities are doing. They're going out looking for them because nobody's going to come knock on your door. You actually got to go look for them. You got to like, I need you to come here. Can you bring in, whether, the Bunker Hill has a lot of businesses down there. They really do. You have a few of them. They make all kind of items down there in the Bunker Hill section. So you really need, to me, a department or someone in that department who can travel to say, if you know a company that's looking to relocate, you know a company that's looking to do something to try to bring them into your city. But you also have to try to have a designated place already to show them that if you come to our city, this is what we have. I just want to put that out there. They said, you know, people, you know, that's the way to do it, because they're not knocking on our doors to come in here. We actually got to go pull them in and try to get them to come in. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Mr. CFO, can you please elaborate on the 4.3 million?
Yes, thank you, Council President, for going back to my question.
Yeah.
So the introduced budget had a 4.3 million over expenditure. 2.5 million was grants, 1.7 million was $1.7 million was over expenditures in the budget, and 22,000 was expenditures without appropriations. After a review with the state, the only thing that number changed. The over expenditures changed from 1,700,000 to 137,000. The over expenditures for the grants changed from 2.5 million to 1,600,000.
Okay, I'm sorry. The $4.3 million they use over expenditure, they from 4.3 they changed to how much?
To 1.7 million.
To $1.7 million?
Correct.
And how that affect, how that impacting the budget that we're getting ready to approve right now?
That changed by 2,500,000, but there were also things changed in the revenues. The municipal aid amount went down from 3.4 million to 441,000. So expenditures went down, but revenues also went down after the review with the state.
You know, and that's the I've been saying this for years. Every dollar matters. Mr. CFO, you know, revenue went down, but we are the last inning, and I don't want to go back and forth. What is the reason why we're the last inning? So this fiscal year will end at the end of December 30, and we're in November. So we are approving the budget at the last inning. So there's no more room. We have 2% in front of us. We're lucky, like as I mentioned before, that we have people at the state that lobby to give us the money. But when I talk about revenue, and I feel some level of frustration sometimes, let me just give an example to my constituent. A sidewalk. In order for you to fix a sidewalk, you have to go to the building department. You have to fill a permit. There's a fee that you have to pay. You have to go through hell to be able to get a permit to fix a sidewalk. You know what people do? They do it without permit. But you know why they do it without permit? It's because they don't want to go through the hassle that takes to be able to get a simple permit. You know how much money we leave on the table? We live in millions of dollars. I don't care what people say. The way that all the municipalities are getting their finance in order is by organizing and making all the department more effective to serve the resident of their city. And that's what is missing here in the city of Paterson. Right now, I will do the math and say how much money I'm getting from my fire department. What do they need? How can we increase the revenue of the fire department? On the building department, and I just keep reading with the building department because I know what people go through when they go there. And so many other departments, that's the only way. We don't know. We don't know how much money we're leaving. Trust me. And I challenge anybody. We don't know. By not enforcing the law that we already have in the book, we don't know how much money. And people say, oh, that might be simple. You're talking about a few $1,000s. Listen, a few thousand here, a few thousand there. Just multiply that, and year after year, you will see what happened. And that's a result that we're facing right now, that we ask the state every single year for more and more funding to be able to balance the budget. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Very good. So, all this nonsense you're talking about, it's very simple. This council has the ability, we could remove ourselves from the what was it? This, what is it called? The New Jersey growth zone. We could take ourselves out right now so that any developments that's coming forward, they don't automatically go into this 30-year tax abated scenario, so that you guys can't sit here and keep making excuses. Oh, but that's not us, that's the state. All of these large-scale development projects that's not paying full taxation, we could come out of that now. We've already over-exacerbated or over-exceeded what we were looking to do more than 10 years ago. We're letting people just come here and abuse us now. It's very simple. We could take ourselves out of that, and automatically we'll start seeing taxable revenue. People like Mr. Charles Ferrer won't come here and complain about, people taking advantage, being at 30% tax rateables. There's lots of things that we can do. We're talking about enforcing things in the books. What they're doing is they're targeting and predatorily targeting our residents, while these large landowners are still getting away with all kinds of things. So we sit here making excuses all the time. We can vote, Council President.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on our 2% tax increase.
Okay, roll call on item number 3, right? Resolution to adopt the approved calendar year 2025 municipal budget. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
No.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Abstain.
Abstain. Councilman Omar.
Before I do vote, I just want to thank our senator and our assembly members for going to bat to us and get us this additional TA. And we're at 2%, which is what we promised. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Yes, that's your vote?
No,
Oh,
hold
okay.
on. I say yes to you, that I'm paying attention.
Okay.
Yes. So look at this scenario. 2% tax increase, county tax increase, school tax increase, library taxes have to be paid by the residents of Paterson, open space taxes have to be paid by the residents. The city is planning to bring a resolution in order to increase the tax fees, the sewer fees in the city of Paterson before December. They planning to increase permit fees and all that they're trying to bring to the city of Paterson. They are bringing crew revenues through the pockets of the taxpayer of the city of Paterson. I stated before, and I learned one thing in the 10 years that Mayor Andre was sitting in this particular chair right here next to me, that he didn't vote it, never, no matter 2%, 3%, 5%, whatever, for tax increase to the resident of Paterson. Now he's willing to us to vote on favor of a tax increase. Knowing that the resident of Paterson cannot hold it anymore, knowing that they are losing their homes. 2% is 2% burden to the taxpayers of the city of Paterson, and they're not getting nothing back in return. Let me say nothing back in return, because everything that have been done based on grants of the city of that the city of Paterson have received, not with your tax money on work. Saying that and saying and repeating what I hear in my right side, while my vote is no to this budget.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
So let me just say this, and I said it before, but I'll repeat a little bit because I'm going to be very brief. This budget does not have any layoffs, none. We thought of the employees, no one will be laid off. School board will get paid, which we are behind, and they need to receive their payment. There's other individuals and vendors that need to be paid, that will happen. And also to our local finance board and our DCA and our auditors that have been working tirelessly with the finance committee and the administration and our state legislators to get us to this final point. As we come to close on this budget, I am going to respectfully ask, as we go into the next budget process, that you give recommendations. I heard a lot of things said, but those recommendations, we have to submit them, send them in writing. You can say them here, but give some ways in which we can reduce the budget or come to a decrease. It's easy to vote no, but send some recommendations to the administration, or be a part of the finance committee, or have the conversations that we have with DCA. To the local finance board, I know there was a meeting today, and this was a requirement, and there are some strict guidelines in us receiving these dollars. And I am going to ensure that when I'm on my committee at work, as we attend there, as we are on the calls with DCA, we're in the meetings with the auditors, and then we come to this council chambers, that we make sure we put the residents and our employees as a first priority, and the work that needs to be done with equipment and all that will be a part of this budget process. In closing, after I vote for this budget, your tax bills will go out. Your tax bills were on hold because of this process, and now we can move forward. Madam Clerk,
Yes.
2%, we work hard to get here, but we are here. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 6 in favor, 1 abstention, 2 against. The item number 3 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, there are no more items. The meeting has now come to close. Can I get a motion?
So move.
Motion to close by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Khalid. Roll call to close the meeting.
Roll
He
call
just called
to
everybody.
adjourn the meeting of November 12, 2025. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say good night to everyone. God bless you all. Good night to my council colleagues, my city clerk, my secretary, Deidre. It was so nice to see your family here today, Deidre. Thank you. It sure was. Her family was here supporting the smoke shop ordinance that we had. And my corporation counsel, my BA/health director, and my corporation counsel, and my Hector Neves. Everyone out there, have a good night. God bless you all. We're not going to see you, so everyone, please have a happy Thanksgiving that's coming up. Please look at, there's so many things that they're giving out, dinners that they're having. Please look at the Facebook. If we can try to get some stuff out, we'll let you know. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
My vote is yes.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Davila?
I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Davila?
Councilman Jackson, you could be funny sometimes. Anyway, so Paterson, thank you so much, Council President, Madam Clerk, and to everyone here, my colleagues, CFO, Acting BA, thank you so much for sitting in today. To our Corporation Council and to our officers that are here today, thank you. I am happy that we were able to get city business done, that we were able to adopt this budget that was so needed. Tax bills will be coming soon, shortly. By December, you should have them. And yes, you know, there's certain things that, you know, are mandated by us, and I'm looking forward to when those items come, that we will address them as such. To the young lady who spoke to me outside about her position and her addressed to me today. I appreciate your words, very well taken, understood. Sometimes, you know, as I stated earlier, there are times where, you know, we got to sit back and accept if, you know, your words may come across a certain way. So thank you for that conversation. And to my colleagues, and to everyone, to the city of Paterson, God bless you. Good night. My vote is yes to close.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Through the chair, Corporation Council, if I can please, two things with regard to the legislation for the smoke shops. If we can get a letter drafted to both Health and Human Services Director and the Chief of Police or Public Safety Director with regard to enforcement when it comes to items that the Health Department would not have any clarification on. Hemp is a legal item, is a legal substance, and I would hate for individuals who are employed at these smoke shops to be getting charged with something that is falsely done. Now, if there's something that is done, I think it should be clear in the legislation. I know we probably can't change it at this point, but who's doing the enforcement on that? The Health Department should not be. And also, can I please have a resolution drafted to remove us from the Garden State Growth Zone? I can do the research if necessary. If you're not going to do it, please send me an email. I'll have it done myself. But I would love to have Mr. Ben David on that. I need a draft to remove us from the Garden State Growth Zone. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Khalid.
Good night, everyone. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, I just forgot to say, when we were talking about the fire department, the issue that on the firefighting, Mr. Irving, I'm going to say that there's one department that I'm always proud, and it's about our fire department in the city of Paterson. We have one of the best fire departments in the state of New Jersey, and one of the best fire departments in the nation, with men and women committed to serve in the city of Paterson. And I think that there's a few things that we have to do. Listen, Paterson, Jersey City is already at the top. Hudson County, Bergen County, we're next. We have to do things the right way. We have to protect our homeowners, to make sure that our homeowners stay in their home, to make sure that they don't lose the property. We got to make our department more effective to be able to collect revenue. That's the only way that we could collect this additional revenue. Now we're going to the League of Municipality. Let's do some work there. And let's see best practice. Let's talk about best practice in other municipalities, because trust me, we have many other municipalities that they're doing a much better job that we're doing in terms of the timeline to get a permit. So let's take the red tape away. People want to pay their fee, but they want to get things done. Let's take red tape away. Let's be able to utilize those departments to collect revenue, to be able to fight against the finance situation that we're going through now. And trust me, if many other cities have done it, if they've been out of transition A, it's not impossible. Paterson, this is a great place for business, but we have to take advantage. We have to make up our mind. And what are we doing? We're going to work in support of our taxpayer, of our homeowners, and make things accessible for people that are coming to collect revenue. So what are we doing? We got to make up our mind. We got to protect our city. This is a great city. Trust me, it's great for business, and we got to protect our taxpayer and do better. We got to clean our city, make it safe, and make Paterson home for a lot of people that doesn't want to leave this town. My vote is yes. Good night, Madam Clerk.
Before I do vote, I just want to wait, because we won't be here next week. We won't be here till December. I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving, and also to stay tuned, because I will be passing out turkeys to my 6th Ward residents. With that being said, we did accomplish a lot today. Smoke shop ordinance, passing the budget. It was definitely a fruitful day. With that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Newton.
Good night, Paterson.
Councilman Newton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, before I state my vote, I'd like to wish everyone happy Thanksgiving. I'm hosting a Thanksgiving dinner on day after the Thanksgiving, which is the 28th, Friday at 5 p.m. at 316 Total Avenue. I would encourage everyone to join us at the dinner. We're going to have traditional dinner at 316 Toro Avenue. And with that being said, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. One thing we accomplished today is that we're not going to see the resolution to request $64 million loan. Okay, that's one of the things that we accomplished. We're probably not going to see other fees going up because the budget was approved. Thank you to my colleagues that they approved this budget. This sent a clear message to the council, to the administration, that if they came with inflated budget to us from 5.6, they could do better without struggling presenting a budget with 2% cap, without going back and forth, and to submit an introduction budget by March for next year. We are in calendar year budget, not fiscal year. So that's a good thing to clarify. I understand I would like to see that resolution regarding to remove us from the New Jersey growth zone is interested, because if we had a lot of property abandoned in the city of Paterson, we probably will see more if we move ourselves from that New Jersey growth zone. Let's remind the people in the city of Paterson that my vote against this budget is nothing against the employees of the city of Paterson getting paid. The administration have the responsibility to balance a budget that could cover the whole entire year in salary, benefits, contractual, and other expenses. That's their responsibility. We are here to make sure that we are fiscal responsible, that the taxpayer pay the fair share that they deserve, and not put a burden more than supposed to. Last but not least, as Councilwoman stated, we now have a meeting into next year, to next December. I want to wish my lovely mother a happy, happy birthday. Her birthday is December 1st, and she's going to be 80, and I pray for her, and I ask my colleagues when they have a chance to pray for my mom to do so. But Mom, happy birthday to you, and happy Thanksgiving to the entire city of Paterson. When you see a flyer of turkey giveaway or donation, please share it with your neighbors. If they need a turkey, they could go and pick it up. So, Councilwoman, President, thank you for a great, great, great meeting tonight. We accomplished a lot. Hopefully thank you, Mr. BA, for being here with us and taking notice and the concern of the city of Paterson. Saying that, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the meeting tonight.
Thank you, Council President.
So to Paterson, I just want to say first and foremost, BA, you did the right thing. To Corporation Council, to our BA, to our clerk, secretary, our officers, Ermelinda, Raphael, to my council colleagues, thank you so much. We have a lot more work to be done, and we will get it done. And I want to say happy Thanksgiving to everybody, happy birthday, happy anniversary. My prayers go out to those that are sick and shut in the hospital or going through, and to our children and our students, that they will continue to be safe and healthy. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the meeting.
Thank you very much. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. The regular meeting of November 12, 2025 is hereby adjourned. Have a blessed Thanksgiving, everyone.